to get the calling to order part done. Good evening. This is a special meeting of the Pontiac City Council. It's hereby called to order for Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. This is in advance of the regular City Council meeting that will aim to begin at 6 p.m. Roll call of council members. Clerk Doyle.
Present. Goodman. James.
Here.
Jones.
Present.
McGinnis.
Present.
Parker. Rutherford. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, could I please have a motion to excuse council members Parker and Rutherford for personal reasons?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Jones, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we excuse council members Parker and Rutherford from this evening's special meeting for personal reasons. Roll call on that motion. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
4 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution, the motion to excuse is approved. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilwoman Jones. That motion is now before us. Is there any changes, revisions, clarifications? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the special meeting agenda.
James.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
4 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. The agenda is approved. We are at public comment. Are there any requests for public comment?
No, for this meeting, no public comment.
All right. The opportunity for public comment was provided with no takers. All right. Next will be our resolution to go into closed session pursuant to Section 8, subsection 1, subletter E of the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268. We are going into closed session to consult with our attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Michigan, case number 24-CV-13346, Cap Walled Lake LLC et al. V. the City of Pontiac, because an open meeting would have a detrimental financial effect on the city's litigating or settlement position. That motion does require 5 votes to go into closed session, so we will wait Councilman Goodman, who is arriving momentarily, so that that motion can be properly made. Nice. We recognize Councilman Goodman as present and voting at 5:46 PM. Is there a motion to go into closed session with the
So moved.
Support.
adopting the resolution to go into closed session pursuant to Section 8, subsection 1, subsection E of the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268, subsection 1, subsection E, to consult with its attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Michigan, case number 24-CV-13346, Capwald Lake LLC et al. V. City of Pontiac, because an open meeting would have a detrimental financial effect of the city's litigating or settlement position. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
We now proceed into closed session at 5:46 PM. Could I please have a motion to come out of closed session?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilman Jones that we move to come out of closed session during the special meeting prior to the regular meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call on that motion. Clerk Doyle.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand out of closed session at 5:55 PM. Is there a motion to suspend the rules to take up a resolution not currently on the agenda?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It's moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that we suspend the rules in order to take up a new resolution. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the suspension of those rules.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution directing the city's council, COUNSEL, to proceed as discussed in the matter of Cap Walled Lake LLC et al. v. City of Pontiac, as discussed in closed session?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington to adopt that resolution and seconded by Councilwoman Jones. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of that resolution.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now adjourned at 5:57 PM. We'll begin the regular meeting momentarily. If those wish to speak during public comment or agenda address, clipboards are at the podium. Good evening. The time is 6:00 p.m. If you have your cell phones, if you can put it on silent or vibrate. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order for Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. For this evening's invocation, Reverend Desereau, are you giving the invocation this evening? Yeah. All right, let's do it.
If you join me in prayer, please. Lord, our country needs you, our city needs you, and everybody in this building and town needs you. And so, Lord, our prayer is short and sweet tonight. We just ask you to help us. Help us to do the right thing, to be kind to one another, and to look to you for guidance, because you did it the right way when you were here. And we'll thank you for it, because we ask it in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now give the floor to Pro Tem Carrington to read this evening's names for a moment of silence.
Thank you, President McGinnis. These names that I'm reaching, they are residents, they're our cousins, they're our brothers, our sisters, our mothers and fathers. Kevin Burricks, Edward Brooks, Antrix Conley, Donna Dean, Constance Easom, Kenneth Harrison, Matthew Hall, Henry Hodges, Donna Mullanen, Shirley McCarthy, Catherine McGinnis, Alter Pickens, Noah Rollison, Nancy Saylor, Patricia Soris, Larry Walker, Ray Williams, Josephine Young, Fernando Zavala. At this time, a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. Last City Council meeting, we shared news about the passing of a former City Councilwoman, Dr. Doris Taylor Burks, that was handed to us during the meeting. In fact, Dr. Burks is still with us. She has, though, moved to hospice. That was the news that traveled incorrectly in different circles. So we apologize to the family that that information was handed to the city, but we lift her and her healing up in prayer. And we also acknowledge that Councilman Parker is not with us this evening. His sister has passed away in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, so he's traveling for those services to be with them. We send our condolences to Councilman Parker and his entire family. Could we please have roll call of council members? Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman,
Here.
James,
Here?
Jones,
Present.
McGinnis,
Present.
Parker, Rutherford. Present. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, could we please have a motion to excuse Councilman Parker from this evening meeting for personal reasons?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman Jones, to authorize the excusing of Councilman Parker this evening for personal reasons. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford. 6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Councilman Parker is hereby excused. We are at the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Any discussion? We have a few prospective amendments. The current number 12 on the agenda, resolution awarding bid and authorizing contract with Foster Ventures LLC for signage throughout the city of Pontiac. The administration requests for that item to be removed, for figures to be revised. They also are requesting looks like we already got it. The clerk already got the pension, the fire,
Yeah.
police and fire pension and GERS Secure Act revisions. That's already been removed. So, and then there's interest to have a new special presentation in terms of group violence intervention, or GVI, status update for that SAFE program here in Pontiac. So that would be the third special presentation before public comment. So what we'd be doing is adding a new number 5 special presentation on group violence intervention, and removing number 12, that resolution awarding the bid. Is there such a motion to amend?
Support.
It was moved by Councilwoman Rutherford
Yes.
and seconded by Councilwoman Jones. That matter is now before us, adding the special presentation and removing resolution number 12. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on that motion to amend the agenda.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda before us is amended as a result. Is there further discussion or amendments to the agenda before us? Hearing no further discussion and no further amendments, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the agenda as amended.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Okay. That motion carries. The agenda is approved. I do want to flag for those in attendance tonight, we have on the agenda number 9. It's a resolution. We won't be voting on it tonight, but I want to flag it for you in case during agenda address or public comment you want to speak to it. But right outside this door, this building is the northbound Woodward Loop. When Woodward Avenue is reconfigured and becomes a boulevard, there's no longer two parts of the Woodward Loop. Woodward will continue on that Cass Avenue part going up what today is southbound Woodward Loop. So a name has to be established by the city for this new boulevard that will be these just few short blocks in front of Pontiac City Hall. Historically, before the Woodward Loop, that was Park Street, P-A-R-K-E Street, until the 1960s when the Woodward Loop, or wide track, came into existence. So the question before the city and all of us is, do we want it to revert to Park Street? Do we want to have a different name? One name that's been proposed and up for discussion is Chief Pontiac Boulevard. And this would be just a few short blocks, but it would be the address for City Hall. So if during tonight or in the future city council meetings, if you want to weigh in, we'd love to hear where you land on that question. All right, we are now at approval of the consent agenda. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Here's what's in tonight's consent agenda. Finance and Personnel Subcommittee meeting minutes from February 13th, 2025, A. B. Public Safety, Health, and Wellness Subcommittee meeting minutes of the City Council from February 13th, 2025. C. City Council special meeting minutes, including the closed session minutes of February 18th, 2025. D. City Council regular meeting minutes from February 18th, 2025. E. Resolution honoring Kim McNary-Bass during Women's History Month. F. Resolution modifying time limits for agenda address from 2 minutes to 3 minutes. The rules have been, just as a side note, because if this is adopted, it will happen tonight for tonight's agenda. But the time limit for agenda address to speak to items on the agenda has been 2 minutes. But as we go to less frequent meetings, but longer agendas, we recognize that there are more items that you may need to speak to on agenda address. That was a suggestion that came from the public last week at the last council meeting, so we're seeking to act on that should it be adopted. And that would go into effect for tonight's agenda address and moving forward. G, resolution approving the honorary renaming for portions of South Boulevard as Dr. Roy Cooley Way. H, resolution to approve the scheduling of a public hearing to set an option for the sale of city-owned real estate and to authorize the city clerk to publish notice in accordance with section 3.113 of the Pontiac Home Rule Charter for 476 California Avenue, parcel identification number 1905231024, 586 California Avenue, parcel ID number 1905-207-031, 530 Luther Avenue, parcel identification number 1905-254-027, and 182 Rockwell Avenue, parcel identification number 1432-430-027. I, resolution to approve the scheduling of a public hearing to set an option for the sale of city-owned real estate and to authorize the city clerk to publish notice in accordance with section 3.113 of the Pontiac Home Rule Charter for 140 Clifford Street, parcel identification number of 1434-103-023, and Clifford Street, 1434-103-003. J, resolution to approve the scheduling of a public hearing to set an option for the sale of city-owned real estate and to authorize the city clerk to publish notice in accordance with section 3.113 of the Pontiac Home Rule Charter for 387 Luther Avenue. Parcel identification number is 1904-156004. 383 Luther Avenue. Parcel identification number of 1904-156005. 379 Luther Avenue. Parcel identification number 1904-156006, and Luther Avenue, parcel identification number 1904-156022. K, resolution addressing streetlight outages on Auburn Avenue between Sanford and MLK Boulevard. L, resolution addressing streetlight outages on Cesar Chavez Avenue between the Woodward Loop and Montcalm. M, resolution addressing streetlight outages on MLK Boulevard between Elm Street and South Boulevard. N, resolution acknowledging that some streetlights were restored on Huron between Telegraph and Johnson. O, resolution scheduling a special meeting of the Pontiac City Council for Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. In other words, next Tuesday. It would be like a regular meeting. It'll start at 6:00 p.m., but when we adopted the schedule for the year, it wasn't on the schedule. This is to allow meetings not to run as long, so that way we can tackle a lot of the business coming up, including ordinance considerations. So, should that be adopted, the next city council meeting will be a week from tonight. That's what's in the consent agenda. Hearing no items pulled, roll call on adoption of the consent agenda. Clerk Doyle.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Rutherford. Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. We're now at presentation of resolutions. The first of the two presentations, I give the floor to Councilwoman Kathleen James to read the resolution we have just adopted honoring the trailblazing career of a Pontiac City retiree, Kim McNary-Bass, who is in the audience tonight. Councilwoman James.
Well, welcome. This is a resolution honoring Ms. Kim McNary-Bass, City of Pontiac resolution honoring the trailblazing service of Kim McNary-Bass. Whereas the City of Pontiac has been privileged to have many exemplary community leaders and public servants employed by the City of Pontiac over the decades, and whereas the city recognizes March as Women's History Month, and whereas Ms. Kim McNary-Bass, who started life as Kim Smith, before marriage, worked for years for the City of Pontiac, starting when she was 21 years old in 1986, as part of the Summer Youth Program, which led to a long career with Pontiac City Hall. And whereas Ms. McNary-Bass worked as a laborer, with Department of Public Works, the first woman to hold that role, was the first woman to work the city's landfill, and was promoted to laborer 2 with DPW, working as the first woman on a city garbage truck. And whereas in 1991, she was promoted to a heavy equipment operator, driving a city street sweeper, the first woman to hold that role, then promoted further and retired from the City of Pontiac in 2013. Now, therefore, be it resolved. The Pontiac City Council, in partnership with Mayor Tim Grimel, hereby acknowledges, celebrates, and honors the trailblazing service of Ms. Kim McNary-Bass. And further resolve, the City Council expresses our deepest gratitude for Ms. McNary-Bass's many years of dedicated service to our city, And further resolved, the city emphasizes the trailblazing nature of her career here, as she was the first woman to hold many of these positions. And further resolved, the city of Pontiac belatedly congratulates her on her well-deserved retirement, since her career concluded during a financially difficult time for our municipality and was not adequately recognized.
Ms. Kim, do you want to say anything? No pressure if you don't want to. Any reflections? Speech, speech.
Quite a lady.
And you'll just push the button to the bottom right there on the black face. Yeah.
This one. Good evening, everybody. My name is Kimberly McNary-Bass, as you heard, and I'm here, and I appreciate the honor that you all have given me tonight, and I don't know what to say other than I love my city, and I've done all I could. Even after retiring, I worked many other years coming back to clean the city whenever they needed, and I would come tomorrow if they called me. So I just give honor to God and thank him for giving me the ability to do what I did, and I appreciate all of you. Good night.
Thank you and congratulations. If you want to come to the front, we'll present you with the framed resolution so you could have a token of the city's gratitude. If we want to join up front.
Right there, right.
You'll be good. Another hand for Kim McNary-Bass. Our second presentation of resolutions this evening will be presenting the resolution of the honorary renaming of South Boulevard for Dr. Roy Van Cooley, Jr. We give the floor to Councilwoman Rutherford, who represents District 1 and who had advocated for this honor. We are joined this evening by the son of Dr. Cooley, as well as nephew of Dr. Cooley and other family and community members that recall his legacy. We give the floor now to Councilwoman Rutherford to read the resolution.
Good evening. Whereas the City of Pontiac, Michigan, on an ongoing basis strives to acknowledge citizens whose life and accomplishments have had a profound impact on elevating and inspiring the community, and whereas the Pontiac City Council has at times bestowed an honorary renaming of a city street in memory of a consequential community member following the policies adopted by City Council, and whereas Dr. Roy Van Cooley, Jr. was a lifelong Pontiac resident and as a trailblazing medical doctor in Pontiac for decades, as well as an African-American Pontiac City Commissioner, he had monumentally positive impact on the lives of thousands of Pontiac residents through generations. And whereas Dr. Cooley, who was also a veteran of the United States Army during World War II, served on the Oakland County Board of Supervisors, served on multiple civic boards, donated his services and resources to assist Pontiac residents in receiving medical care, passed away in 2010 at the age of 90. And whereas the community members have requested that South Boulevard West have an added honorary name paying tribute to Dr. Roy Van Cooley, Jr. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council approves an honorary renaming of South Boulevard West from Bagley Street to Highland Avenue as Dr. Roy Cooley, Jr. Way. And further resolve, the Pontiac Central, excuse me, I said Pontiac Central, the Pontiac City Council, on behalf of the entire Pontiac community, honors and celebrates the life, the legacy, and positive impact of Dr. Cooley. And further resolve, the Pontiac City Council requests the administration proceed with establishing appropriate signage at South Boulevard West to reflect the honorary naming, with South Boulevard remaining as the street's legal name. Congratulations.
A round of applause. Yes, Mr. Cooley, if you'd like to address this evening, you have the podium. And it could be a Cooley North Cross tag team if you like.
Yeah, I understand it's a Cooley-Gupta tag team, but at any rate, thank you so very much. Just quickly, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, if you want 1 year of prosperity, grow grain. If you want 10 years of prosperity, grow trees. But if you want 100 years of prosperity, grow people. Grow people. People with purpose, people with discipline, people who know what to do, and people who know how to manage change. Grow people who prepare our children for lifelong learning, help them understand that diversity is a competitive advantage, diversity of ethnicity, gender, cultures, and viewpoints. Never mind those who can't see this mosaic of color, gender, and thought as an advantage. In fact, they don't really matter. This mosaic is the generation to reinvent our future. And that was a challenge that was put before my dad, Dr. Roy V. Cooley, Jr. The fruit of his efforts, in my mind, is here in this room and all around the globe. Progeny, protégés, partners all. We are his legacy. And to each of us, I think if he were here, he would say, you plan for 100 years, grow people. And with that in mind, on his behalf, let me thank each and every one of you for this honor you bestowed on him this evening.
Thank you.
I'm going to yield my remarks to Dr. Gupta, a colleague of my uncle, and also a doctor that still made house calls as my uncle went into his later years. Dr. Gupta?
My name is Ashok. The button there? Yes, you're on. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear me? I'm so humble being here. I'm one of the few doctors who was trained, worked with Dr. Cooley. I came to Pontiac in '78, lived in Pontiac, and Dr. Cooley, I don't know how he was able to do so many things. Coming from Michigan, how many people will come to Pontiac General? And he started one of the best programs in the country. Family practice doctor he trained. I met him in the hospital, of course. My wife was working in Pontiac General. I was St. Joe. I lived on Seminole Street. He was teaching students constantly, and he started a program of family practice. One of the best programs in the country. We still have residents running the program, honor program now. I met Dr. Cooley in a social part, serving on the working group for the Lighthouse. I don't know how a doctor could do so many things in his career, and I'm really appreciate to come here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Councilwoman James?
Yes, I would like to say that I'm just honored that we are taking this step tonight. I am, as his son said, that Dr. Cooley has many fruits of his labor out there. And I want to say that I am one of the fruits of his labor. When I first came to Pontiac in 1964, I attended Oakland University, and of course, poor kid coming out of the South, no money to go to college, but going to college, and I got sick. I don't know what I had, but I was terribly sick, and I went to Dr. Cooley, and he treated me, he talked to me, you know, found out where I was from, what I was doing, and he charged me $5 for that visit. And the entire time that I was a student at Oakland University, he never charged me more than $5 for a visit, no matter what he did, because he was just that type of man. And just an amazing human being. And, you know, you just have to wish that people were like that still, you know. But it was a time when Pontiac was a wonderful place to live. We had wonderful people here that would do almost anything for you, and definitely Dr. Cooley was one of those people. So he was definitely my hero, someone that I greatly admired, and I definitely want to say that I am, you know, one of his many, many legacies, and I appreciate all that he did. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Good evening. So I just want to say to Mr. Northcross, thank you for the education that you taught me about Dr. Cooley. When I first got on council, I was given this big packet, and I was charged with a mission, and the mission was to make sure we honor those who truly have honored this community. And it took 3.5 years. But we finally got around to it, and I just want to say that if you don't know his legacy and you don't know what he actually did and the impact that he had on this community, you should talk to the Northcross family and his son, and you could tell a tree by the fruit it bears, and these are the things that he's bared for this community. So again, congratulations. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to represent and get this done in our district, and I just say, well done, my good and faithful servant. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if Mr. Cooley and Mr. Northcross wish to come to receive the resolution, we'll do the same drill. But I do want to point out, as we make our way there, in the very building that we are in right now that we're meeting, Roy Cooley's name is on the dedication, etched in stone downstairs as an early city commissioner, which today would be the city council, but an early African-American elected leader in our community. This is in part a building that Dr. Cooley built. Rousing round of applause for the legacy of Dr. All right, we are now at resolutions on the agenda. A resolution approving the hiring of Angelina M. Thomas Scruggs as magistrate for the 50th District Court. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
Support.
Was that Councilwoman Rutherford that moved? Okay. Moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. That matter is now before us for consideration. And we'll defer to Chief Judge Cynthia Walker of the 50th District Court to introduce this matter and then ultimately introduce the candidate before us.
Thank you very much.
It is not.
Now it is. All right. Thank you and good evening. Mr. President, Council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you for even entertaining this resolution. For those of you who have been part of the Law and 50th District Court Subcommittee, you may be aware that for some time the court has been seeking out a magistrate for a part-time position at the 50th District Court. We are one of the few courts in Oakland County that has never had a magistrate. And as you may also know, we formerly had 4 judges at our court, but as a result of legislative action taken back in 2012, that number was reduced to 3 once there was a vacancy. And then when Judge Thomas passed away, that opened a seat which was not to be filled, so we're down to 3 judges. Our caseload certainly has not decreased. And from our new court administrator, Mike McLeod, who some of you may not have met yet, he discovered that not only were we in need of a magistrate, but he located the funding to support it, part of a, what is it called, caseload grant?
Yeah,
Virtual backlog reduction grant that came about after COVID. So we do have sufficient funds to cover this position through at least the end of the calendar year 2025. So the court had been going through this process, trying to seek a qualified applicant. And Ms. Thomas Scruggs' resume came through our offices, and we have had much experience with her because she's been a practicing attorney for over 20 years, handling many of the cases involved in our court. Criminal side, civil side, she has been in private practice. She has worked for another firm and is well qualified to hold this position. The process through state law is that the court appoints a magistrate and it is subject to city council approval. So that's why we are here this evening. Ms. Angelina Tabas Scruggs is here today. All of the judges, Judge Bowie, Judge Gross, and I did interview her along with Mr. McLeod, our court administrator, found her to be qualified. And this position, if approved by the council, will help us tremendously. Right now, our court stops everything at 11:30 to handle all of the jail arraignments. A magistrate could do those functions in addition to handling our arraignment rocket dockets, people who have new matters coming in. So we have made the appointment, and I would like to introduce to you, of course, if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them, but I would like to introduce Angelina Thomas Scruggs as a candidate.
It's an emotional moment, and I thank you for entertaining my application. I am, as Judge Thomas, Judge Walker, she's a Thomas though, we claim that, said I've been practicing for 25 years. But in addition to that, I am a seed that the city of Pontiac planted some 53 years ago and nurtured. I attended WHRC. I attended Emerson. A wise council decided that we needed to make some changes, so then I attended a year at Frost. I attended Kennedy, where my grandmother taught and snuck me into her English class so that she could browbeat me, God rest her soul, into assuring that I received the education of this community. I graduated from Pontiac Northern in the 80s, before you people start, and got my first job in the legal community. Went to Spelman College in Georgia on scholarships that people paid for here, came back, worked a little while, went to the University of Detroit School of Law, and got my first legal job at the 50th District Court as a law clerk to the Honorable Leo Bowman, and was then stolen by the Honorable Preston Thomas, who grew up, as you know, on Fieldew. My people grew up on Pearsall and Bagley, and just came back to the community that always nurtured me. I saw the job, I applied for it, and went through the process. They did not take the position lightly. I was not handed something because I'm a native. I am the product of a mother who was born and raised in Pontiac, but a father who came from Jackson, Tennessee, to work here at General Motors. So I have lived in union houses. I have represented people here in the city. And if you give me this chance, I won't let you down. I am aware that our city has great potential. I worked as a prosecutor for Royal Oak Township, It's a little city down the road. I've worked as a defense attorney, criminal law, and I ask for your support, and I thank you for your consideration. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on the motion before us? Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I first just like to thank you and welcome to the city of Pontiac. Well, I know you're a resident. You grew up here, you know Pontiac, and that's a great thing when you're sitting at that bench. So you definitely know what this community goes through when it comes to social inequality. So I definitely appreciate you being on the bench. So again, welcome. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? I want to commend the court administrator and the chief judge for working towards this solution. I think it'll help improve customer service for residents that are interacting with our district court, make for a more efficient process, and you have been updating City Council all along the way in terms of your pursuit. So thank you very much for your continued steadfast leadership, and thank you, Attorney Scruggs, for allowing your name to be in contention. You are a very strong applicant, strong attorney, and we would benefit from you serving as a magistrate, should that be the vote this evening. Any further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
What's the timeline when she would start, if she was to be hired today?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. She would start, well, effective date would be tomorrow, but she would have to go through magistrate training, do some other training, but effective tomorrow, but she wouldn't take the bench until after she completes training.
And then my follow-up would be, will this actually help improve the caseload, the overwhelming caseload when she comes into the position?
So it would alleviate certain dockets that the judges, the sitting judges here, they would be able to dedicate more time to the criminal backlog and civil backlog that we have at the court right now.
I just wanted it to be said publicly because people don't know how much Judge Cynthia has to deal with all of the backlog, and so I wanted to make sure we understood the purpose of it and why we're doing it and how it would actually help improve services.
Of course.
So thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Councilman Goodman.
I will say it's always nice to see Judge Walker any time of day, truly. But I do want to ask a question because I think this is a perfect time just to ask the community. Either one of you can answer this. What separates a magistrate from the rest of the judges on the bench? Because I think that might be a...
The magistrate is considered a quasi-judicial function. So the magistrate is given the functions that the judges designate to that person. Initially, there are things that a magistrate can and cannot do. The magistrate can officiate over weddings. They can handle the arraignments, which is the first hearing in the criminal process. They could handle informal hearings on traffic matters once they go through the training magistrate school. They can do search warrants. They can issue orders in specific cases. There's some things they can do completely, and then some things they can do as a preliminary matter, and if the person chooses to appeal, they can appeal that decision to one of the judges at the district court. So the benefit in this position for us would be the magistrate can handle all of the arraignments, which is going to free up the judges to do the other work that we have. For example, we handle arraignments, a judge is on call for 1 month at a time, and we rotate among the judges. So on the months that we are on call, we have to stop everything around 11:30 and prepare for the jail arraignments, which means we can't handle our regular docket. So for every third month, we have to be very conscious that we have all of these other duties. Well, the magistrate can take that over, and it will give us more time to handle the cases that we have.
Yes.
And then my quick follow-up, because you mentioned like things that the magistrate can do. What are some things that the magistrate cannot do that are, only held by the judges?
The magistrate cannot conduct trials in general civil cases, I believe, cannot conduct trials in misdemeanor cases, cannot conduct the preliminary exams, although can do one of the preliminary conference, which the arraignment, can do that. But it's designed to assist with the docket, and this is a part-time position. Part-time, no benefits at this point. We have never had a magistrate before, so we're trying to maximize her productivity and ours. So this may morph into something else we shall see. The other thing is, we don't know, as a result of last year's judicial caseload study, whether the state court administrative office will say, okay, based on your caseload and your workload, we see where you need 4 judges instead of the 3. We don't know that. That's a work in progress. So things are constantly evolving at the court, but we appreciate your consideration of this particular help, and the council and the mayor have been very supportive of everything that the court has required. So thank you
so much for answering that.
Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution approving the hiring of Angelina M. Thomas Scruggs as magistrate for the 50th District Court. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
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 That motion carries. We have ourselves a new magistrate. A round of applause. Making history, the first magistrate in Pontiac history. All right. We are now at number 2 on the agenda. It's the resolution to approve the appointment of Larry Searles to serve as Director of the Department of Public Works, also commonly known as its acronym of DPW. Roll call, is there a motion to adopt the resolution? Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Jones. Mayor Grimel, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know that council has Mr. Searles' resume in their packet, so I think you've got the relevant details. I'll just note that Mr. Searles served as the leader of the DPW department in Southfield for approximately 9 years. He then served as the leader of the DPW department in Saline, Michigan for several years, and we believe that he's highly qualified to lead our DPW department as well. I believe he is here somewhere. There he is, yep, hiding in the back. And so if council has any questions, Mr. Searles is here to answer them.
If you're going to approach the podium, sir. Tell the good people of Pontiac a little bit about yourself.
Good evening, council. My name's Larry Searles. I've been in public works in all different facets, from a contractor to a laborer, supervisor, and public works director. I started in public works in 1997. It's really been the only real full-time job that I've had. I did it because I really enjoyed the work. Taking care of roads, taking care of parks, buildings, that's just what I do and what I know, and I love a good public project. On time and under budget is a great thing.
Any questions for the nominee? All right, Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Mr. Searles, what was one of the reasons why you decided to apply for this particular job here at the City of Pontiac?
Well, the biggest reason is it checks the boxes of what I like. There's need. It's close. I feel like I'm coming back home. I took a job a little bit further away. There's no shortage of work. I've heard through the industry what Pontiac has coming. There's a lot of road work coming, and that's really where my passion is in capital projects. And it's close to home. I was born in Pontiac.
On follow-up?
Yes, and my follow-up question, how do you proprietors of several different projects all at the same time?
Well, to be prepared is the best way to handle multi-projects. If I know about the project, if I know the inside and outside of the project going into it, it's easier to carve up the day because there's no catch-up time. Stay on top of the projects, and you don't have to, you got to be efficient. You really have to be efficient and don't waste the time. Know what's going on with your projects.
All right, thank you, sir.
Councilwoman James?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. The first is our city really needs to develop a capital improvement plan so that we have all of the things that we're going to be working on, like a 5-year plan where we can look out and see what the needs of a DPW department would look like. What experience do you have? Did Celine have a capital improvement program? And so what experience do you have with operating a capital improvement program?
When I first showed up in Saline, they had a spreadsheet. I called it a wish list. They didn't have an actual project. Capital program. They didn't have a 5-year plan. They didn't have a long-term plan. They do now. I worked very closely with the city engineer, and we put together a road asset management plan. And just before I left, we got council to adopt it. It was kind of Washtenaw County recognized it as pretty intense plan that would go long-term without wasting money. That's where we were at. We were able to put the right road fix on the right roads at the right time to maximize the dollars. We found all of our roads that were federal aid eligible, and that's what we attacked all the outside funding as aggressively as we could, and that's what I would do. That's what I would do here. When I was with Southfield, there was more tools in the toolbox, but there was not an actual master plan for the water and sewer system. When I left, there was a master plan for the water and sewer.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is how comfortable are you? Right now, the city of Pontiac is contracting out most engineering services, but DPW is very much tied to engineering. How comfortable are you working with engineering, possibly across numerous companies, to be able to navigate, that job?
Yeah, completely comfortable. I mean, in both of my past director positions, I worked extremely close with the city engineers. We had consulting firms, but we had in-house city engineer to assist in distributing the work and advertising the work. But yeah, I've been working with engineering forever. I mean, all the way from when I was a contractor, reading the plans and fighting with the consultant, and then as the municipality and being the owner and making sure that our interests were identified in the project, right? More than one way to build the road, and we just want to make sure that our interests were considered in the plans.
Okay, great. I look forward to working with you.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Good evening. My first question is, how will you offset the backlog of the $925,000 of bills that are not paid in the DPW? And number two, what system did you use in your prior job to streamline jobs? For example, we have jobs that are not completed, near completion. We have orders that are backlogged, have not been done, purchasing, there's a disconnect. Give me 2 examples of how you can handle that. And also, what system did you use prior to coming here that you will use or implement here to make this $925,000 backlog of non-payments go away? I yield to you.
Okay. The system that we used, financial system that we used in both my director positions is BS&A. I'm not sure, but I think Pontiac is also BS&A. And I was known as purchasing best customer in Southfield. You got to pay your bills. You have to budget properly. You got to start with the proper budget, and you can't have overruns. So our efforts, our work has to be what we programmed it. We got to get rid of surprises. I've done a lot of capital work. That stuff, as long as it's planned well out, as long as it's planned well, it usually ends well. But the budget has to be done properly. We don't want to sit and make low dollar assumptions and then come to council for adjustments. We want to put realistic expectations. It's going to take me a while to look back at where we were spending and how we were spending to know where we would be able to curve that up, tighten that up. I've seen a department that used to, say they needed $50,000 for overtime, but 14 years in a row, they needed $2 million for overtime. Exaggerated numbers, but that's what we got to do, is make sure that our budget ask is realistic.
Yes, ma'am.
My follow-up is we currently just lost our city, I think 2 city engineers, if I'm not mistaken. And we have a road project for Pike Street, Woodward Street. During your tenure, when you became the Director of Public Works in Southfield, and it's just a general question, were you a part of the implementation of the reconstruction of Northland? And if so, what are you going to use from that experience in 2021 when you were there to do this here?
Right, excellent. Actually, my first year as the manager of Public Works in Southfield, there was no director when I was the manager. Southfield had sold a $100 million road bond, and we were knocking out $30 to $70 million a year in capital. That was with one person from the engineering department and myself and consultants. We spent a full 18 months just collecting the data so that when these projects hit the street, they were ready. We were hitting our numbers. Like I said, I really take a lot of pride in on time and under budget. But that's what I did a lot of my time was capital.
Thank you for your
and yes, I was involved in Northland.
Thank you for your honesty.
Thank you.
Councilman Goodman.
So first of all, thank you for coming out. So I have a couple quick questions. So, like, between your previous experience between Southfield and Saline, those are 2 very wildly different city sizes. I think Southfield is closer to 90,000 people?
77, 78.
And then Saline's like less than 10.
Yes.
So, like, those are 2 wildly different cities in terms of Department of Public Works, in terms of the workload of just size. I mean, the amount of city roads that we have here is just much more than the city of Saline. So I guess, like, my first question is, like, what did you learn in your transition from Southfield to Saline? And then also, you know, what knowledge will you bring from both of those places to the city of Pontiac if you were hired?
Well, I would say as far as Saline, one thing that I going into a small town, a lot more real close customer service because everybody knew everybody. You know, it's very, very small. I learned to be more diverse. They didn't have a department of anything. They had a couple people. There wasn't departments. In Southfield, there were departments. There was a purchasing department, finance department, just large teams of people to go to. The strengths and advantages, I was very, very into the details of the financing in Saline, where, you know, it was a department that helped put a budget together. There were 6, 7 of us in Southfield doing the DPW budget, where there was 2 in Saline. So it was, and they're very different communities. They're very different communities.
And so, yeah, so my follow-up with that is, how many people were you, like, in charge of while you were working in the city of Saline?
In Saline, there were 17 total DPW and facilities.
Okay.
In Southfield, there were 85.
Yeah, so put it simply, I have no question if you can handle the amount of people that we have on staff now, so thank you.
Yeah.
Any final discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, speakers list exhausted. The resolution to approve the appointment of Larry Searles to serve as Director of the Department of Public Works. Roll call on the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Congratulations on your new role and welcome to Pontiac.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're at number 3 on the agenda. Really a heads up that Phoenix Center demolition is anticipated to begin at the end of this month, at the end of March. So road closures at the Woodward Loop for Auburn and Orchard Lake are anticipated at that same time, that last week of March. Also, so that's part A. Part B is that Auburn Avenue will have road construction starting this spring from Phoenix Center all the way to the city limits at Opdyke Road. We want to make sure the community knows. Auburn will still be open to traffic. There will just be lane shifts during those months of road construction. So that's really an FYI. We'll keep that reminder going, and if we get more details on specific dates, we'll amplify that to the community. Any discussion on that special presentation? All right, hearing none, we're at number 4 on the agenda. A reminder that their applications are now being accepted. The city has their latest round of our senior chore program. That's a grant-funded program handled by our Grants and Philanthropy Department, as well as free carbon monoxide detector program. You can get free carbon monoxide detectors and smoke detectors, and they will be installed for you. And there are many still available. So please pursue that. Let somebody know if they might benefit from that. Any discussion about that special presentation? Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Jones.
Question about the senior chore program for spring services. What is the anticipated start date of those services?
I know that the application window is from February 18th to March 18th, so I don't think it would be before March 18th. But Mayor or Deputy Mayor, do you have anything further? We can.
Yeah, we anticipate sometime in April. Some of that will depend on how many applications come in by the March 18th deadline and how quickly staff can process them. But we anticipate sometime in April. Obviously, the grass will start growing by then, maybe before then. And so there's some time sensitivity to getting the program operational.
Follow-up question now, though, about the carbon monoxide. Are any of the detectors paired with smoke detectors?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Are any of the carbon monoxide detectors also paired with smoke detectors? I remember that came up in conversation at one point, and I'm just wondering.
Yes, they are installing them in tandem. I don't know if they are combined units, but that they are able to do both carbon monoxide detectors and smoke detectors if somebody also needs a smoke detector.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilman James.
It was said in my meeting that they are combined. There was a woman there who had them installed. They are combined carbon monoxide and smoke detectors, and they put one on each floor of the house.
Great. So they are combined units. Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
Okay, currently, how many of people applied to do the senior chore program, and how were they selected? I yield to the administration.
Mayor or Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, we don't know the number yet for the spring program, but if you're asking about the winter application, I don't know the exact number who applied. I believe that they were awarded on a first come, first awarded basis in terms of the seniors, but I can find out the specific number who applied and let council know.
Follow up, how much was spent on average per household for the senior chore program when it was in the winter? How much did we spend? I yield to them, to the mayor.
We don't have that information in front of us, but we will be happy to get it for you.
And there's a reason why I'm asking this, because the money is based on income base, and I want to ensure the people who said that they applied received the actual maximum amount. So from my understanding, the maximum amount was $875. So I'm just trying to figure out what did we actually spend versus how much we have left. And my last question I'm going to ask to the administration, so I'll yield it to you. What's the company that did the senior chore program in the winter? What was the name of it? And what's the website so we can look it up, so I can look it up for myself? I yield to the administration.
So again, we don't have that information in front of us tonight. We will get it to you.
What's the timeline when you'll get it?
So I will work on that tomorrow.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington and Mayor Grimal.
Yes, just one quick question concerning those seniors that already applied for the senior chore program. Do they have to? They don't need to fill out another application. They just need to call you guys and say they want to be part of the spring program. Is that correct?
So that is essentially correct. I will modify that to say beyond calling, they may also just want to email to make sure that we have the list of items that they want to be considered for their spring work, but they don't need to reapply.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilman Jones? Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Grimal.
Well, I just want to note, we'll find out and refresh our memory and council's memory on the specific company that's been doing the winter senior chore program. But I do just want to note that was a contract approved by City Council, so that vendor did come for City Council approval.
Councilwoman Jones?
So if I remember correctly, the Fall Senior Tour Program was funded by grant, and individuals had to select one service that they wanted, to be executed on their property. My question is the spring program also funded by the same grant program? And if, are applicants choosing one specific service? And if an applicant wanted snow removal services, but now would like gutter cleaning services, is this as simple as sending an email, or do they need to send in another application, since you just stated that they don't necessarily have to apply again?
Mayor?
Yeah, they do need to sign up again, so they have to go through that process. There's a separate process for the winter time period and a separate process for the spring period. But they are funded out of the same grant, which comes from also Oakland Livingston Human Service Agency.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
I'm just wanted to, just a point of information. The reason why I'm asking who did the project and who was over it, because I want to see the work that they actually done. There's been nothing has been presented to this council that I know of showing the actual work that they did and how many houses they actually done. So that's why I asked who the company was, so that people can go out, or I can ask somebody from code, or I can ask somebody who got their houses done, because there's several people in here who got their house done. Did they do the service the way they were supposed to? So that's why I want to know who the company is. So if the work was not done correctly, then we can figure out another company to use, just so put it on the flow. That's it.
Any final discussion about the reminder that applications are being accepted for those two opportunities? Hearing nothing further, we now are at the next special presentation on GVI, Group Violence Intervention. We give the floor to Mayor Greimel to introduce the speakers.
Yeah, thank you. We, as we've discussed at past city council meetings, we have established what we call a group violence intervention program. In many communities, these programs are known as ceasefire programs, and the whole purpose of these programs is to do a better job of preventing violence before it occurs. The Oakland County Sheriff's Office does a great job of responding to crime in the community and apprehending people, but we know that there's more we can do to prevent incidents of violent crime from happening in the first place. And we've been working with the National Network for Safe Communities in implementing this. We now have 2 city employees who are working diligently on this. They're Cooley Gracie, who's at the podium, along with Brian Killian Bay, who's behind him. And then we're joined this evening by Deborah Higgins, who is with the National Network for Safe Communities. We are in the process of a formal kickoff and training program this week. It started yesterday, continued today, and will wrap up tomorrow. That involves some members of community organizations as well as the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. And we wanted to have utilize this opportunity with Deborah Higgins in town from the National Network for Safe Communities to make sure that Cooley and Brian and Deborah have this opportunity to present information to City Council and the broader community about how the group violence intervention program is launching, but also to provide some additional information, including information around the problem analysis that was conducted to really assess what is driving violence in our community. With that, I'll turn it over to Cooley.
Good evening, City Council and Pontiac family. As already introduced, my name is Cooley Gracie. I'm the project manager for Pontiac SAFE, S-A-F-E, Safe, Alive, Free, and Empowered. It is our job to keep stupid stuff from happening in our community, to put it plainly. I wanted to come back to council and show what we've done and kind of lay it out for the community so you'll understand this position has been filled since August. And a lot of people have come up to us and said, well, I don't see you on the street. You're not knocking on doors. I don't know what you're doing. So that's why we wanted to get out in front of it to let you know that we're building an iceberg. And unfortunately, you don't see an iceberg until the very tip. So there's a lot of foundational work that has to take place. One of them is an analysis that was done. Council, I am going to email you a copy of the entire analysis. It's about 25 pages for your review. I'm going to go over a quick verbal for the community so you'll understand what we did. Basically, the analysis was a two-year look at gun violence in Pontiac to see who's doing it, where they're doing it, how they're doing it, who's involved, who's not involved. So we were able to kind of nail that down, and we were able to meet with the sheriff department, and they were able to definitely help us. Now, when I say GVI, it is group and gang. I know whenever we hear gang, we automatically, we watch too much TV, so we automatically think of LA and Bloods and Crips, and that's all that exists. For those of you that have been in Pontiac long enough, you remember PJP. That's the reason I bring them up, is because they're no longer here, because the projects are no longer here. But groups are basically anybody that can come together and do violent crime. So we're trying to stop both groups and gangs. So groups can be a gang, gangs can't be groups. So I'm just trying to kind of enlighten you with some basic GVI terminology. When we went through and did our incident review, some very important numbers came out. One of them that I'd like to point out is a lot of the violence that we have is called intimate partner violence, and that's domestic violence. Now, I will let you know that even though this is a GVI strategy, we have full intention on rolling in some sort of intimate violence component into it, because that is a major component that is happening in Pontiac. So we wanted to let you know that. We also wanted to let you know that juvenile involvement is large. Some areas, for example, when we went and visited Jackson, they had an older population that was dealing in the GVI community. In Pontiac, we're dealing with younger generations. We have middle school kids, we have high school kids, we have young adults. So our focus is going to be a little different. 12% of incidents involved at least one individual was under the age of 18. 57% of those incidents involved a juvenile victim, and 43% involved a juvenile suspect. 86% of incidents involving a juvenile individual also involved an individual who was confirmed or likely a group member. So it shows us, the analysis shows us who we need to focus on and why we need to focus on them. Also in that analysis, there was a geography of violence, so we were able to pick up some hot spots in Pontiac. Surprise, we weren't surprised. If you are aware of Pontiac, you know exactly where our hot spots are, and our analysis proved it. I don't want you to think that we didn't have to do the analysis to prove it, but the truth is you want data before you move. So we were able to get some hardcore information and figure out exactly who's doing what. In the analysis, we were also able to identify 15 different groups in Pontiac. 15. So you know how big the city is. Now remember, a group can be two people. So if you got groups of two that are causing havoc, they're listed. So there's 15 different groups that we're looking at. The good news, let me not bore you with the bad news. The good news is 99.81% of the population has nothing to do with group or gang violence. We are dealing with 0.19%, and that is, you should pat yourself on the back, because when you look at the news, when you read the newspaper, even when you're on social media, you'll start to think that Pontiac is going downhill real fast. This proves that the majority, the overwhelming majority of Pontiac is on the right track. But these 19% that we're dealing with is causing havoc. And that's good news, because that's why you have us here, and we are confident that we can curb that violence. So in summary, this report presented the findings of a problem analysis on recent homicides and non-fatal shootings in Pontiac, and I'll make sure that I get that actual report to you, but we're looking at about 115 members. just to give you a roundabout number of where we're at. So once that was complete, we were able to move forward, and this week we kicked off GVI University. It was an opportunity for us to come together with NNSC. That's why Deb is here. Also, our community partners, and we were being trained, intensive training on how to do what we're called to do. So I'm going to get out the way because you're sick of hearing my voice. I'm going to give it over to Deb, who is the specialist, if you will. So, Deb, if you will.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Council, for having me. And I want to thank the citizens of Pontiac for having me here. I hope that what we do and how we do it is going to make a big difference in your city. That is my goal. The goal when I come in and do GVI University and all the other trainings is to bring the Sheriff's Department here, the community, and social services, support and outreach together and have a better line of communication. Those individuals that Mr. Gracie mentioned, the first and foremost, we want to go out and speak with them. So that's when we go out and we have a custom notification and speak with them, and we offer them services. Sometimes people just need a hand up. Sometimes people just do things and they make bad decisions. I think all of us did when we were young. I'm sure there's not anybody in this room that hasn't made a bad decision. But we have to help those individuals who are not able to make good decisions, and we offer them support. And we offer support to the whole family. And when we offer that support, when we go out and speak to people, we also tell them it never expires. If you decide 6 months from now, you may not want it today, but you know how you get those little flyers at home and you take it and you throw it up on your fridge or you throw it on your desk like I do? And then 6 months later, you're scrambling around looking for that little thing because you need something. It's the same premise here. We want to make sure that people are safe, alive, free, and empowered. We want to make sure that public safety is paramount for the citizens and make this not only the community is, but level it up. We want to level it up to something that's really going to be special. And it can be done. I've worked in cities. In fact, I was the senior advisor for Jackson, Michigan. So I sent Cooley and BK to Jackson because I thought that was good to send them somewhere to observe a program where they would be looking at it, and it was Michigan specific. You know, sometimes you can send people to other places and it's not state specific. So they learned a lot when they went there. And so I've done this all over the country. I've trained all over the country. Trust me, this is a research-based, data-driven strategy that can become embedded and institutionalized in your community and in your city government. And it'll take a while. It'll take a few months to really get things rolling and doing what we need to do. But I can tell you off the top of my head that I have one city that I work with, and it's Pine Bluff, Arkansas. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Pine Bluff. They have gone over 420 days without a non-fatal or a homicide of a juvenile in their city. And they really worked, that team worked hard. And this team is working hard. And I've met the Sheriff's Department. I've met support and outreach people. I've met Health and Human Services. The mayor's been to the training. Today, we were so fortunate to have the code enforcement come, and we had a long conversation about what can be done to help people and to make things better and make things better around businesses. So it's a very comprehensive, and I could be up here. I'll talk, Mayor will tell you, I'll just talk you to death, okay? So I'm not going to do that. But I just want to let you know that it's something, and we need to really, really, really listen to our young people. I have a 13 and a 15-year-old at home. I have 4 foster children, and I'm telling you, sometimes they just want to be heard. And sometimes if you just don't listen, then they'll act out in a way to make you listen to them and make themselves be heard. So I appreciate all of you. I appreciate you inviting me here. This is really a great honor to come to cities and help them with anything that they need. So I really appreciate all of you. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today.
With that, questions and discussion on the special presentation, Councilwoman Rutherford.
Good evening. You guys said you guys have been in training with the university. Who in the community is on the team? Can you name them? 2, how was the community impacted or involved? 3, what justice impacted individual who has street credibility is a part of your team? Real street credibility.
Well, first of all, real street credibility, I'd have to.
That
Can you? Yeah.
Hey, listen
here. I'm going to hand it over.
That's me. I'm the outreach coordinator, Brian Killian Bay, son of Miss Evelyn LaDuff. On the unfortunate side, I've done 10 years in the federal prison for conspiracy of selling drugs. I've been on these streets mostly all my life, but I'm also educated through the Pontiac school system. I'm educated via college, Oakland University. But street cred, I think most my age and under, they know my credentials speak for itself. My word is mine. So far as having that street cred is me. And with that said, I also have the corporate side of knowing that if you take something off these youngsters and myself personally, anybody be taking something off the table, we have to replace it with something. And see, that's what we've been too busy doing. All with it, hang them up, lock them up, do this, without replacing with something. So the GVI program coming in now has had an essence of, if we're taking something off, we have to give something back, other resources. You know, we got to find them jobs. We got to get them training. We got to get them some help as far as mental health. We have those industries embedded in our group. So anything had to do with the streets, they come to me. And the others that we're going to hire, because we're going to make sure a lot of these young men and women that when they're dealing with this, they see somebody that looks like them or act like them.
Still waiting on the list. If you're gonna read the community people that you guys had and how did y'all bring them in? He stated earlier that there were community partners. Can you name them? And then my follow-up, this is just the last one. What's the timeline so when John Q. Public can see the job placement stuff put in place? Because it's all good to say that's what we're doing, but what if we put in place? Because I do believe you guys started in August, if I'm not mistaken. And so it is now January. And so what successful stories do you have where you took a kid, and that's why I asked who was the street person, the street credibility, what successful story do you have where you took an individual who was a part of GVI, gun violence, or doing violent things where they now have gotten jobs and wraparound services? And if so, not naming names, can we be given a real example? And that's why I want to know who are the community partners.
So here, let me help you. As I stated, we're building an iceberg.
Okay.
So we have, there is not a single person.
Okay.
I don't believe in going out untrained. It's easy to bleed on people and try to help them. So what we did is we wanted to make sure the training was done properly, and we were put in a position to help instead of hurt. So if you're looking for success stories today, you're not going to find one.
Right, I'm just waiting on the list.
Actually, we have some. I've been listening.
What? No, man.
We can go through that. I mean, but
do you want the list of the people that were there, or?
I'm only responding to what you said, sir. You stated that they were community partners. I'm asking you to name who the community partners are.
So when I speak of community partners, I'm speaking of people in parole and probation, people from OCHN, people from CNS, people from Oakland County Ministerial, people from Pontiac Safe Governance Board, people from Flip the Script, things of that nature.
Oh, okay.
Those are the community partners that we're working with to help the people in need.
Further discussion? All right. Thank you very much for being here this evening and providing us that update. We'd be grateful as a city council to receive that analysis. That would be very helpful. Oh, I'm sorry, Pro Tem Carrington.
One quick question. I know that the council approved 2 other positions. Have you guys started interviewing for those positions?
We have. We received over 30 applications.
Okay, wow.
So we are in the process of narrowing them down now.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
And approving the budget for those 2 specific positions is later on this evening's agenda as well. Hearing no further discussion, that concludes that special presentation. Thank you very much. We are now at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I'm going to read two public comments that were sent to the clerk's office first. The first public comment is from Mr. Charles Blackwell. He says, "Good evening. Mayor Grimo's everlasting legacy as mayor will be known for incompetence and a steady stream of employees who quit under his administration because of his hostile personality and leadership style." The next public comment is from Tamika Ramsey. "I have been attending council meetings for the past 11 months, but before that I went to Council President McGinnis and Pro Tem Carrington asking and then begging them to help me with the council member who I felt had a personal vendetta against me and my business. When someone is not only attacking my character, but also jeopardizing my ability to provide for myself, my family, and the Pontiac residents I employ, sharing my personal and confidential information with anyone willing to listen is beyond unacceptable. When someone actively works to disparage residents battling cancer and nothing is done about it, it speaks volumes. Yes, I'm sure there were private meetings held, but we all seen how those meetings play out in the circulated videos. I listened to one video where a voice openly admitted to trying to water down the resolution, deliberately avoiding mentioning a certain council member's name. My questions are, who was attempting to water down a council-sanctioned resolution, and where was that same level of concern for the residents? That includes public comments that were sent to the clerk's office. Next is Dr. Deidre Waterman. Mr. Robert Bass, you're on deck.
I'm inspired by some of the comments that have been made, and my public comment was going to be to talk about my vision for the city of Pontiac. You know, vision, people who have vision are leaders who can see a little farther down the road and the way to get there for a city. And I do have lots of thoughts on that, but I was very taken by this last discussion we had about the GBI Violence Intervention Group. And so I think I want to direct my public comment time to that particular issue. And I'm glad that we're undertaking this, and I see that the earnestness and the credibility of the people who are here to bring that program to us, to see some results, because, yes, it's tragic when a city has to look at so many of its young people shot dead in our streets. That's not the kind of city, and not the vision I have for our city. So it is time to address that with really human ways of taking care of that. The Youth Rec Center was one of the things that we brought here to address that as well. Because if you look at the National Action Intervention Group, and I saw their whole manifesto, one of the manifestos is that part of solving youth violence is to have a place of their own where youth can come and congregate, where they can get together and work out their social interactions. And that's what we had at one time here. We had 4 of them, and I opened up one. And I see we're trying to get another one open, and I hope that will be soon, because that would also help the problem immensely, because they were all very proud of the one that we had opened up on Gulf Drive when I was mayor. 250 people, young people a day came through there, okay? And so they loved it. And unfortunately, it was closed with, as we see, not a real plan to get it started again. But one of the mantras I like to hear, and it resounds with me on this whole issue, is that there's nothing that stops a bullet like a job, because we know in so many instances for young people, the problem is helplessness, hopelessness, lack of respect for themselves and for others, and for not having role models who they can listen to or who they will listen to, who can teach values and principles and respect for one another. So I hope as a community that that's part of the vision, that we take care of this problem that's been so endemic to this population, not just our city, but many other cities. But here in Pontiac, I have a vision that we can deal with that and give a place to our young people where they can remedy this kind of helplessness and hopelessness, get them jobs, get them training, get them an education where they can feel proud of being born and raised in Pontiac and move on ahead to careers in their lives. That's my vision.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Bass, on deck is Carol Wilkins.
The microphone isn't on. The microphone isn't on.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass, President of Assistant District Council. And I would first like to say congratulations to the honorees this evening. And also, I'm going to move forward fast because I had to change my schedule. I want to thank the council for everything y'all do. All the elected officials, I thank you so much for what you do. You may not feel appreciated by us, but hey, we have a job just like you have a job. And they're thankless jobs sometimes, but we have to get it done. I had to change my schedule tonight because there's one thing I very rarely do is talk about black or talk about discrimination. And right now, I feel like we have a growing problem of discrimination and equity and inclusion. I'll bring that back next week because something came to my attention this evening, and I really am curious as to what's going on when it comes to this charter. It doesn't matter whether I like the charter or not. Point of fact is the charter certified? Because it's my understanding that there are 2 letters out from the AG and the governor that our charter has not been certified. Now, what are we operating on, either the old charter or the new charter? Because you're taking pieces from the new charter and we're still operating under the old charter. So I need to know what's going on because I don't know how to deal with anything. And if I don't know, I'm sure it's a lot of other people in here that don't know how to address certain concerns that they may have if you're operating out of 2 charters. So I don't know if this is true or not, but it came to my understanding. Is it true? You're the council people. You need to tell us and make us aware if there's a problem with our charter. Because that's what we live by. That's what we operate by. And if you're a community leader, you have to know what's in that charter in order to address certain issues. Otherwise, we're standing there like a deer in headlights. So that's why I had to change situation because this was a little more important. This other issue is going to come up next week because I don't want it to blow up. It's going to come up or it's going to blow up. So that's my spiel for this evening. I got a few more minutes, but that clock kills me, I'm telling you. I can't stand that clock. I'm thinking about that clock more than what I'm saying. That's why if I get tongue-tied, it's because of that damn clock. But I love you all. I want to thank everybody that showed up at our meeting Saturday. It was a great meeting. We talked about the block grant funding, and we'll be coming back to that again in the near future. But I want you to all understand where your money is going, how it's going. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Ms. Carol Wilkins, and then Renee C. on standby.
Hello, my name is Carol Wilkins, and I'm here to talk about the retirees for the city of Pontiac. I came here a couple of weeks ago to tell you about a word called collateral damage, and it's a term used to describe unintentional harm or damage that result from an action. One of the actions took place last week when we had a member of the retirees, a trustee, come here to City Council giving numbers on how much it would cost for the remainder of the retirees to receive their $400 a month stipend. He said it would be $5 million. Now, that was back in 2022 when we had 20 and 22, I believe, when we had 2020, when we had at least 1,063 retirees. Right now, we only have 960 retirees, and that's times the $400 is $384,000 per year. Now, he came here and he also talked about how we would be messing with our funds if we went in that and took the money to pay the retirees. He kept on saying how much it would be taken out. He never explained that we have investors, that people come and we have investments that bring money into our retirement. That's why our retirement is 170%. Now, we also stated if the retirees, if the 170 go below 130, that the 400, that's our safe net, it would have to stop. But I want you to know that he used a scare tactic, saying that no money was coming in, but all this money was going out of our funds. He was saying that maybe the taxpayers would have to pay us, but that's not true because, like I said, we have that fail-safe. Also, I wanted to talk about beneficiaries and retirees. Beneficiary and retirees are the same number. When you retire, you're asked one person you can use as a beneficiary when you die. If you die, then they asked you this question because do you want them to get 100%? Do you want them to get 50%? I have to come back and tell you more. But they know how many beneficiaries there is. Somebody left their glasses up here? Okay.
Renee C. Kermit Williams. Mr. Marcus Bowman. Oh, sorry. All right, you sleeping in here.
As long as the meetings are, sometimes you do. But good evening, Council. President McGinnis, Pro Tem Carrington, Mayor Grimo. I do want to thank y'all for the Community Violence Intervention Program that y'all rolled out today. I think that is a phenomenal thing to have. And on that note, right now they are trying in Lansing to repeal extreme risk protection orders, the orders that gives people the ability to take guns out of people's hands that will do harm to themselves or somebody else. So those bill numbers are 4139 and 4140. So please call your state rep and your senator and ask them to keep extreme risk protection orders. We got those passed about a year ago. They're in place, and they've already taken hundreds of guns off the streets that could have been lives and suicide and other things. The reason that I came down today was to talk about what we left when we were on council. One of the things that we were very cautious of was not to encumber the new council and new administration, not only with debt, but with long-term obligations that they did not have a vision to set for and give them an opportunity to actually do that. And so when we left office, December 31st, there were $40 million left, $37 million in ARPA and $3.5 million for youth recreation. With that, the only thing that to be tied up that was a long-term obligation was retiree health care that we're still dealing with right now. What I want to ask this council to do, I see that there's a number of financial things, especially increasing numbers with the youth millage, is not to make any decisions that will encumber the future of Pontiac without having a finance director in place. I know that everybody up there is good-willing, and they're doing the best that they can do for each citizen of Pontiac. But you need expertise before you make long-term decisions for our city. And so we had one of the greatest directors with Mr. Nazarko, where we ended up with a $15 million fund balance. And so when I hear things like $900,000 may not be paid, I'm asking the new DPW director who just got here, who just is getting approved, there needs to be a finance director. It's no fault of your own because you guys are putting together good programs. But without financial integrity in that spot, we shouldn't be making decisions that the next mayor and the next council are going to have to deal with because this particular council had a bucket list of things they want to do, or a particular mayor. So I'm asking you guys to really consider searching out financial expertise before you do anything that will last until the next fiscal year. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Marcus Bowman, and then Clyde Kemp.
Oh yeah, I wasn't asleep. I was standing right there, so I can get you. All right. So I'm gonna be real brief, but you know, I don't like coming up here talking in this manner, and I don't like getting ignorant in front of, you know, our community, but we got a lot of melee, you know, going on in this community when it comes to politics and the vantage point of what everybody see our community as when it comes to politics. You got school board issues. You got people abandoning their children. You have mysterious recordings that nobody knows who recorded in the council chambers where it's supposed to be private. Now, look, listen, I'm saying this as a precursor to anybody who wants to run for these seats, as well as those who's up there, administration and all. It's a certain decorum that we have to carry when it comes to how we want our community to view our politicians, let alone how we want them to be able to operate and do work and handle business. So I say again, to the council, to everybody up there, who recorded the tape? If you don't know who recorded the tape, then that's treason amongst you all. And if one person gets censored, then we must do our research to censor someone else, because there is a rat in the rat hole. So I'm telling you this because I want everybody to understand, going into this next season, this is not just for this election year. This is for the next 20 years of our community. These people that we want to put in leadership, we have to make sure that we vet them to understand that this is a closed quarter situation. I don't want my business getting talked about in the streets, and I'm sure they don't want theirs either. So since we're talking about it, everybody's talking about Tim. Tim's a quitter. Well, you know what? I tell you what, we put Tim in office. So Tim, if Tim wants to quit, then the people that put him in office should be able to hold him accountable. If you didn't vote for Tim, if you didn't have any likes for Tim, then all you are is a naysayer of somebody, or Tim, that you can say, I told you so. That's it. There's no more. But when it comes down to the truth of the matter, this is a mess. Everybody must go. Everybody must be purged from this situation, because we're not going to get anywhere if we keep continuing this process. It's not personal. I don't have no ought against Tim. And if, from what I'm hearing, if Mikhail had an issue with Melanie, he should have called the sheriffs. They should have handled it in a certain decorum. And it shouldn't have been a recording that I have on my phone. I don't want to play it because I probably run out of time, of her arguing with Mike. Somebody recorded that. So I just want the people to know, the voters to know. Start looking deeper into the story versus just what you see on the layer. Because this is a big election season coming up. And again, I made a promise to myself, this community, my family, and all of my friends and loved ones that I would be a better man and stand up for this community, and I would have the courage to tell my friends when they're wrong. Melanie, you were wrong for talking to that man like that, but you know what? You wasn't the only one wrong. Tim, you are wrong if you left this community on standstill, because, and Mike, if you let this happen and don't put something in effect, as you being my friend, you're wrong. That's it. We have to fix this in our community. If we don't fix it, who else will? Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Clyde Kemp.
Good evening, council. Friends, relatives, and homeowners. I'm Clyde Kemp, and I'd like to tell you a little story about myself that's a fact. I've been here in Pontiac for 52 years, and I wonder, how old were you, and you can do it in your head, in 1969? What year, how old were you? And I want to go on to say that in 4 years before 69, I was demonstrating for, protesting for equality, demonstrating with Martin Luther King and the steering committee. And I came north in 69 and with the same spirit. And worked on my street as a advocate to curtail the dope. It was like the revolving door of Farmer Jack's. You could do curb service, especially on Fridays and Saturdays. You pull up to the dope house, single-handedly, I chased those dope dealers out of Park Place. The point is that it's Park Place, and there's gentrification going on with the lighthouse, a White House, a lighthouse, whichever. But I looked at a film footage and saw it was called the Monopoly game. It was 4 white fellows in New York, and they came up with the board game. Well, I'm straight out of Mississippi, 21 years old, here in the Pontiac, and I looked at that Monopoly game and saw the raggedy houses, dope, and I said, being a carpenter, I said, well, I can buy this house. Next month, buy another house, and it ended up I own half of the street and still own half of the street. Now, my point is that I've been pushed around, lost and found, and given to sundown to get out of this town by the city not recognizing me. I'm a pillow. I went to jail in '65 for marching, and I was about the age of these 3 young men here that's under my mentorship. I went to jail because we was protesting, and the police that threw us in the paddy wagon, there was 5 of us, black boys about their age, and we got out of course.
Mr. Kip, I don't want to cut you off, but that concludes your time.
Okay, we'll return.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Yeah, I did see in the consent agenda that there was some consideration of the statement I said about gender dress being moved. But that goes the same thing with public comments. We're only getting a chance for the same 3 minutes and got a whole lot more to talk about. So you really got to look at this city should be driven to really want to hear as much as you can from the citizens. Somehow or another, our leadership is not getting it. It's not up to you and your decisions. You should be listening to what the citizen, encouraging the citizens for more participation. Amen. And that's not only here, but that's next door too. You all are all new. I'm not a big Kermit. I know him as a person, but he came up here and said some factual stuff tonight that you need to pay attention to. I know you all came in here all new. Mayor, you came in here new in the council. You all not listening to people like who've been in those seats before. Like Gloria Miller, she's been in that seats before. These folks you should be listening to because they know and have experienced what you're still trying to get a feel for. Leadership, I'm telling you, we all knew this time was going to come around. Election time was going to come around. It come around every 4 years, often it's election time. And that becomes the voice of the people. Right now, I'm working real hard. We're going to double the amount of people voting in Pontiac. Get out to vote. We're going to double it. So anybody who's been counting them numbers and say what it was before, that's not going to get it. We want the people to speak loud and clear and double. So I want to say for public comments a couple of things. Last week, we talked about this whole idea of giving this professional service company with this youth center. Councilwoman James, I know you've been working real hard for that. But I want to let you know that is a waste of time and money to continue down that road. I don't care what kind of presentation we had, it's a waste of time at this juncture where we don't have leadership in this city. It's unknown leadership. So if you guys mess around and make this move tonight to go back and redo what was not passed last week, we watching. Let me tell you, them talking heads is over with. We watching how you vote. Everybody want to get up and have a little grandstand to say, but we watching how you vote. That's how you control the city. So that's one of the things I want to talk about. Now I want to talk about Mr. Kemp, Mr. Clyde Kemp. You guys might know him around the street. He's a community man. He's a businessman. He's an entrepreneur. And also, he's a friend of a lot of people around here in Pontiac and did a lot for Pontiac. You all need to take that in consideration. Last thing I want to do, as Mr. Bass talking about the time, 3 minutes is not enough. Workforce development. We had a lot of examples tonight. This young lady who talked about right here, who got honored, that's workforce development right here in Pontiac. That judge, that's workforce development. It don't happen overnight. We got to take time. Mayor, I talked to you about workforce development when you first came here, and you haven't put a dime towards it. Not a dime. When you first got in office, wasn't high priority.
Thank you,
now
Mr.
you want to say it's
Jones.
workforce development. That's why we got problems, because economic development is not working. Okay, I'm going to sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Larry Jasper.
Hi, my name's Lawrence F. Jasper II. Some of you know me since 2019 when I first came in. I made a proposal to the city of Pontiac, which was discriminated against by the mayor at that time, which is Waterman. We found out that she stole $1.6 million, and the FBI is investigating her. I want to let the city council know, and the mayor and the citizens here, that I am in contact with the national FBI, and they will be bringing more people here as well. I'll be leaving to Washington, D.C. tomorrow for electoral fraud, and I think that's what some of the people here are talking about. And in fact, I'm supporting other individuals in this city to get us some new people, because what I found out last year was amazing. Since 2008, I've been working on the developments, and I worked on the Bloomfield Park deal. I actually raised $500 million. And that would have been a 10% equity for all the citizens in the city of Pontiac. That's where the Menards is today. That's where those retirement homes was. That was taken from me from the state of Michigan. And something you need to know is that law is controlled by the executives of the Tri-County area. That would be Oakland County, Macomb County, Wayne County, the governor, and the mayor of Detroit, and the mayor of Pontiac for those facilities. Those two facilities issue bonds. Those bonds are what capitalize on the development of downtown. And guess who's responsible for those bonds? As of May 2nd of 2024, you, the citizens of Pontiac, and all the people involved are going to pay for that demolition. You're going to pay for the rebuild. You're going to pay for the road and the grass areas. And that's pretty convenient, considering that you were told the whole time that the Phoenix Center wasn't just an asset. Hell, that's the soul of this town. The amphitheater. You all here. This is the pillars. You got people here that have been here trying to fight for years and can't get past the politics. And so I'm asking you, and you'll be talking to the other people that I've come here with, that I've built the team with, that have asked me to come to speak to you, because I haven't stopped. I have a $4 billion lawsuit in the Sixth Circuit. And that's also a 10% equity interest for all the citizens in Pontiac. So file a class action with other people that are here. They're going to be adding to my case. And you are all involved in this, and so you need to be a part of it. You need to take control of your city. You need to make these people holdable. They work for you. You don't work for them. That's why, Carlton, you said, we got 3 minutes. It's impossible to get your thoughts across because they keep dividing everything. Now it's every 2 weeks. Before you know it, you'll just be paying taxes and kicked out. 220,000 people were kicked out of Detroit, and downtown's at 70% vacant, but all the buildings are owned by third-party companies. Redico was the person that came in here, and on my birthday, transferred Bloomfield Park. That's 95% Pontiac.
Mr. Jasper, that concludes your time.
To Detroit, the facility.
Thank you.
Stand with them.
Ms. Lori Bishop. Mr. Marcus Kelly.
Greetings. I'm Marcus Kelly, Executive Director of the Change Up Midnight Coalition. I stand before you today not just as an organizer, an advocate, but as a son, a brother, a father, someone who believed deeply in recognizing the humanity in everyone. My commitment is to the full restoration and enfranchisement of impacted communities, such as my city, Pontiac. At the core of human dignity is the right to equal opportunity, the right to be treated with fairness, compassion, and respect. This means access to health care, education, and most urgently today, affordable, fair, and safe housing. But my heart is heavy today. It is heavy because this body, its leadership, its decision makers has failed Alicia Jones and many, at least 103 people who suffer the same corrupt system that has been allowed to persist even under this administration. The failures extend from the appointment of our executive director of Pontiac Housing Commission through the Housing Board and all the way down to code enforcement. So when y'all talk about the woman that supposedly abandoned her children, those 3 children, code enforcement should have been inspecting it anyway. It wouldn't have went on for so long. So where's accountability? Pontiac is tired of surviving. We are tired of being told that we're resilient while injustice continues. Today, that ends. We are here to wipe our city clean of corruption. We are here to demand accountability from each and every single person who has enabled this broken system. We the people see you. We are rising, and we will no longer be silenced. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Alicia Jones.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Alicia Jones. I am a citizen of Pontiac, Michigan. I've been a citizen all my life. My grandfather raised me right here on Nelson Street, right across from General Motors, where he worked and retired from for like 60 years. I'm here today, not just to speak for myself, but to speak for the 103 families that has been impacted by unfair housing, the corruption of the Pontiac Housing Commission, and so forth. I've lived in my home now for over 13 years. I've never had an issue with what's going on now until about maybe 5-6 years ago, when the properties was taken over by SK Nahar LLC. We moved into these houses under the impression that we would be able to purchase these homes after being in them for at least 5 years. After our 5-year max, the houses were sold from up under us to SK Nahar LLC and have been neglected since. I have emails and everything basically stating the things that's been going wrong in my home, and nobody's been coming out to repair. Excuse me, I am extremely nervous, so my voice is shaky. I have put in so many complaints with the city of Pontiac, with the attorney generals, so forth, Pontiac House Commission and everybody, and still these conditions have not been taken care of. So now for over 5 years, me and my children, which I am a mother of 6 and a grandmother of 3, we have been living in a home with black mold. Our ceilings is falling in. Now my hot water tank don't work and my furnace have not been repaired either. So we have spent the winter with no heat, using space heaters or the stove, trying to keep the house warm. It's been plenty of nights where I've had to even sleep into my vehicle to make sure we had heat. I've reached out to everybody in the community that I've known to reach out to, and I still have not received any type of help. Luckily, I was able to meet with Mr. Kelly here, who's pointed me in the right direction, so I'm here today asking that you guys hold these people accountable and help us receive the fair housing that we deserve. I've never had an issue with paying my bills. I've never had an issue in the community to where I've not upheld my part of being a resident in my home. But to this day, I have been threatened with evictions every time I ask for repairs. I've been harassed. And I can't seem to get any type of feedback or anybody to come and do anything to make sure me and my kids is living safe. So right now, coding finally came out to the house probably a week ago, and I have the list of everything that they placed, that they found wrong, which is also stated in my emails back in 2015 all the way up into 2019. And the properties still haven't been fixed. Coding has mentioned that they came out to my house plenty of times, but they never have. I had to let them know that my house is fully surveillance, so any day that you say that you came out, I'll run the tape back and make sure if you did or did not. Well, that's my time, so I think I'm...
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Craig Jefferson.
Good evening, Mayor Grimo, Deputy Mayor, City Council, and citizens of the City of Pontiac. For those who may not know me, my name is Craig Jefferson. Born and raised here in the City of Pontiac, currently a resident in Hurst, Texas. And reason being because I feel like really I wasn't given an opportunity here in the City of Pontiac. I agree with so many different things that have been stated here tonight from so many different individuals. It's obvious that there is definitely some detachment between the city administration, our city council, and the citizens. And don't want to get here because I believe that he who has not sinned needs to cast the first stone. Okay? And for the many of people who say that they love and care about Pontiac, my question is what is the problem with people working together? If we all care about Pontiac the way we say we do, what is the problem with us working together? What is the problem with bringing on our best and brightest? If you guys don't know, a lot of our best and brightest from the city of Pontiac have left this place. I have been here since Sunday. Pontiac looks horrible. Pontiac looks horrible. I have been gone 7 years. And there are things from the city of Pontiac that are still the same or have went down. We hired a DPW director here tonight. Oh, he needs to get busy quick because these roads here are unreal. Pontiac is the county seat of Oakland County, one of the wealthiest counties in the country. And for the city of Pontiac to sit in the condition that it does, it's an absolute shame. And people who work for this city, people who claim to lead this city, they need to take a real good look at themselves. We have so much going on. We have a lot of corruption in the city of Pontiac. Okay? We need to be honest. We need to be truthful. It's not about individuals. It's about citizens. We had a youth recreation millage that was passed in 2016. We still don't even have anything for these youth. So when are we going to quit talking and do something about it? Or allow people who really want to roll up their sleeves and get to work to get involved? We honor some folks that, showed about work. A lady who rolled up her sleeves and has done a lot more than a lot of people who talk here in the city of Pontiac. So again, I don't want to cast any stones, but I am an individual who has came to the city of Pontiac. I've talked with Tim Grimo, I've talked with Calfani, I've talked with all of our council members who would talk with me. I feel like I've really been avoided. I had to come all the way back to the city of Pontiac. I've tried to work with Ms. Kathleen James and Parks and Recreation, but again, Craig Jefferson can't work in his city. So I would love an opportunity to come here and work and serve our citizens, work with each and every individual from council to mayor to our citizens who want to work together, because that's the only way we're going to get something accomplished.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jefferson.
Thank you.
Ms. Delania Stevens? Delana Stevens, okay.
Delana Stevens with the House of Angels. I just came to give y'all an update. With the community support, since the last meeting, I was able to assist 15 families. 6 families I was able to put in a hotel room. A few families I was able to find shelter and provide food to. So I wanted to personally thank the community for donating and helping me to be able to help the people. Because as everybody know, I come up here and ask and let them know the needs of the community, but is falling on deaf ears. But I want y'all to know that I want y'all to start getting prepared for the next year or later on for this next winter, so that you won't have to have people scrambling or trying to figure out where these homeless people gonna go at or things like that. And I also want to say that I'll be still working on the house with second chance DUI, and I'ma still need help because domestic violence don't go nowhere. Domestic violence is every day. That's my passion. I pulled on the homeless part because I do have a heart and people were out in the cold. But just letting y'all know, I appreciate everybody who donated and helped me because without y'all, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Pastor Kathy Desiree? Desiree. Okay.
First of all, Pike Street. I mean, it's more like Pike Cavern. It's really, really bad. Can we do something temporarily, please? I'd like to congratulate the DPW. It's been icy and thaw and freeze and thaw all in one day, and they've kept our roads pretty good through it all. So I appreciate that. The carbon monoxide instruments, are they available to the apartments and or condos in our city as well as the individual homes? I too have a copy of that video, and it's disgusting that somebody would take that of a person they work with within the chambers they work in and then publish it. And it's a shame. We're better than that, people. Really, we are. What is wrong with the inspections and or the neighbors in this city when we can have children freezing to death in a car and living in squalor beyond comprehension? We are our brother's keeper. We're supposed to help one another. And that kind of thing is why I came to Pontiac, to help. And we can't get the kind of cooperation we need to do any good. That should never happen. Where was the school? Did the kids go to school every day? Weren't they dirty? I mean, when we went to school, if we had a dirty anything, teacher called us up and wanted to know why and called our parents and wanted to know why. I mean, come on. The ratio is still pretty close to the same, teacher-student. There's no excuse for what happened here in the last 2 weeks. It is, and then they wonder why people don't want to come here. All they get is the bad news. They don't see the good news, and there is good news. There are people who care, but that should never happen, ever, ever, ever. Cooley Gracie's group, I never thought I'd be somebody who'd be standing here preaching for DEI, but I'm telling you, his group is good. And they have the means and the background and the training to accomplish something. And if we could work together, there's the key. It isn't just the gangs downtown. It isn't just the gangs on the motorcycles. A lot of good people that drive motorcycles. It's partially the gangs who've been running this city for years. It's the gangs who keep our businessmen from having their jobs when they put in their bids for them. You know, there are the bad gangs that we hear about, but there are the political gangs too.
Thank you. Ms. Billy Swayze? Ms. Judith Ellis?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity, the honor to speak before you today. I am Judith Ellis, a real estate developer and Department of Defense contractor with a security clearance that includes work at dams controlled by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, work on Air Force and Army bases throughout the United States, and work in federal buildings throughout the country. My real estate development includes partnerships in the billions. I have come this evening to speak on behalf of Clyde Kemp. Dedication to righteous causes seems to be rare in our day. Clyde Kemp is an exception. He has taught the community of Park Place and whomever he meets that doing so is not only a spiritual endeavor, but one that has economic benefit. Through decades of dedicated work in construction in and around the city of Pontiac, through years of serving the elderly and dispossessed in his Helping Hands business, and through providing the finest artesian spring water as a community service from his well in White Cloud, Mr. Kemp is worthy of this honor of the renaming of Park Place while he still lives. It is written that righteousness exalts a nation. Let it be now written on the street sign through the renaming that Clyde Kemp has done his part in exalting the city of Pontiac, through the life he has lived on Park Place, to be named in his honor, Clyde Kemp Boulevard.
Thank you. Keith, Cooley, I'm assuming they're not long here. Is it Deidre Cousin? I don't know. Well, oh, she's going to. Kevin Stewart. Terry Sullivan.
Good evening. My name is Terry Sullivan, and I am a board member for Walton Park Manor Cooperative. I'm actually the treasurer. And I'm here today to speak about Karen Street, along with others, but mainly Karen Street because it is affecting our community, it's affecting our development. I have pictures here that I brought that shows how bad it is. You can't patch this anymore. I remember speaking to you, Mikhail, last summer when you visited our property about it, and we had a discussion. And at that time, I understand it wasn't a priority, but it is a priority now because we do get inspected. Our property has been fined because of this. This is right at the apron. It is now so bad where you have chunks of road from Karen Court 3 all the way past the stop sign. It's just becoming unsafe and it's unstable, and I'm here to see that road does get fixed. And I just don't want to hear that it's not a priority because it is a priority. We pay our property taxes and it is a priority. And that's really all I have to say. And I also want to know where can we forward the bill because I think it's unfair that our development has to pay fines from HUD for something that is not even our responsibility, but because the crack ended up going on into Karen Court 1, we were charged with that and we did have to pay it. So I want to know, who do we send that to?
Thank you, Ms. Solomon.
Thank you.
Ms. Darlene Clark. Ms. Gloria Miller.
You know, I really don't know where to start. There's so much Pontiac. First I want to say this. Carlton, the new council, if you get a new one, they set their own rules. The question that citizens should be asking anybody running for office is, what are you going to do your first 90 days? What are you going to do for us? First of all, they can make these council meetings 5 minutes. They can make them 10. That's up to the board. They can put you first, or they can put you last. But if they really listen to you, they're going to do what you ask them to do. We don't make our elected official accountable. We get in there because they're a friend and we think they do for us. But a lot of them is still in your blind. You can't put money with that. I'm not on council anymore, but I've been coming up, I'm doing something no council member have ever done in the city of Pontiac. I've been coming back ever since I walked out of that seat. And I'm still speaking about peace, and I got people that hate me, but I don't give a crap because I don't work for them. I work for God. I see stuff all around here. These young kids right here, they are our future, but they are lost because we've been asking that mayor for 3 years to give them something to look forward for in life. If you don't have something that you could pull up, they got no reason to do what they're doing. They are good kids, but they need something. We got a community center. We left 3.5. Kermit was correct. Where is it? Gone. Where is it? Got a bridge down Martin Luther King. Kids can't even walk past it. Messed up. This is where we are now. I'm not talking about anybody up there. All I said from day one, roll the tape. Don't say what you're going to do because you haven't been in the seat. You haven't walked my walk yet. Unless you're out on these streets every day talking to people, you don't know what the hell they're feeling. You got to get up. I stayed on the street. I look good now, but I stayed dirty. I go in everybody's house. I don't care where you live, and I made it sure that nobody's no better than nobody else in this city. Because you live in a nice neighborhood, it's just a blessing away. I live my life that if though God is good to me, but I stop on the street, give people money, I help them. I had someone send me a video of some people in a house, an apartment had been thrown out. 10:45 last week. I got on my knees, I said, God, you got to work this out. We too selfish. And if we see you doing good in the community, you're going to bring me down instead of helping me. That's what's wrong with Pontiac. We don't support one another. If you're doing better than me, I'm going to bring you down. And little do they know, you can't bring me down. I work for God. You can't bring me down. I'm going to do me. And this is what I'm seeing right now. As far as tapes and all that, if you live right, if you walk right, there's no tape you can put on me to bring me down. Just do the right thing. When you walk away from this table, people know what you do when you walk away from this diocese. You're not going to see me in bars and drinking. There's certain standards I got to have because I'm who I am.
Thank you, Pro Tem Carrington. Clerk Doyle, I want to give you the floor. A question was invoked about whether the city's charter is in effect. The voters of Pontiac approved a new city charter in August of last year. You updated the city council and the community at that time. Oh. Wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah. Y'all need some pearls.
Clerk Doyle, do you want to provide an answer to the community on that front?
Sure, Mr. President. I'm trying to pull up my... The charter that is in effect is the charter that was approved by the voters last year in August. I believe the charter became effective August the 30th after it was sent to the Great Seal of the state of Michigan. So that is the charter that the city of Pontiac is under.
Thank you. Two items were raised in public comment that I want to correct the record. A statement was made that former mayor of Pontiac stole $1.6 million. That is inaccurate and unfair. So no matter what your opinions are, I just want to correct the record. There's no evidence of that. There's no $1.6 million missing from the city of Pontiac to that effect. You could draw other conclusions in terms of how contracts were approved, but it wasn't money stolen. That's unfair and inaccurate. So I want to make sure that her name and the city's name is cleared there. It was also stated that the $3.2 million that the previous city council put to the side or put away for Youth Recreation Center is gone. That is not accurate. It is very much there and gaining interest every day, so it's more like $3.5 million now. And we'll speak a little bit more about that tonight. But I just wanted to make sure that those very substantial statements that were not correct were corrected. Thank you, Clerk Doyle, for addressing the charter question, and we encourage folks to connect with the clerk's office if you'd like to see documentation that shows that that is the charter in effect, because that was the people's will. All right, we're continuing with special presentations. We're on number 5 on the agenda, providing facts and a path forward on enforcement of unregistered rental properties. We give the floor to the mayor and code enforcement manager, Mayor Grimo.
Thank you. We're joined this evening by our code enforcement manager, Jack McIntyre, And I want to just express my gratitude to Mr. McIntyre and his team for their hard work. We're, I think, in good shape in terms of actually enforcing and inspecting registered rental properties, and that wasn't the case when we came into office, frankly. There was an enormous backlog where there were a number of registered rental properties in the city, and a huge number of them had not been inspected in a very long time. So that's the good news. The bad news is we continue to grapple with getting our arms around those rental units in the city that we don't know about because they're not registered. And Code Enforcement Manager McIntyre has come up with a strategy that he's begun implementing to really make sure that we're identifying what are rental properties out there that are not registered, that the landlords have not done right by the citizens by coming in and registering them as is required under our city ordinance. How do we identify those, and how do we make sure that we're quickly getting them in court, getting them registered, and ultimately getting them inspected? And with that, I want to turn it over to Manager McIntyre.
Well, thank you. Thank you for asking me to come tonight to speak on this. The last few weeks obviously have been contentious for all of us. While I was sitting here, one of my staff members sent me a text and said, please make sure that everyone that you speak to tonight on this knows that we are committed to this, that our hearts are broken as well, and that we're doing everything possible to identify all these properties. And so I wanted to make sure that I spoke of that first. So just a little background. In late 2022, I came in and we started assembling and reorganizing the Code Enforcement Department through the vision of the mayor and with much support from the City Council. We combined code enforcement and rental inspections together. As we were hiring and training our new staff, we quickly realized that we were looking at somewhere between 25,000 and 33,000 open code enforcements. So these were enforcements that were open and had not been resolved. So that we got to work right away. One of the things that we decided right from the beginning was to prioritize properties that were registered as rentals but had expired inspections. That's what we knew. We knew that these properties were registered as rentals, but we also knew that they had expired inspections, some as much as 6 or 7 years expired, and so we had to start addressing that. In the first year, there were thousands of properties that had expired rental inspections. In that first year we started, so from February to February is the year that we looked at, we inspected over 9,500 rental properties throughout the city. In the last year, our team performed 27,735 code enforcement inspections, which is a 31% increase from last year. We did 9,773 rental inspections. That's 2.5% increase from the previous year. We had 1,174 district court appearances, which was up by 24% from the previous year. And as a result, we had 33 court-ordered abatements. That's a 200% increase from the previous year. So in addition to our regular docket, every Monday we have 25 cases in front of Judge Walker in the district court. Since in the last couple of weeks, we had lots of conversations with Judge Walker and our city attorney, and Judge Walker has granted us 100 additional possible docket days. And what those are going to be is conducted as pre-hearing conferences. So what we're hoping to do is prioritize all of our unregistered rentals and our rental inspection required violations in those spots. So every month until we haven't determined a date of stop, but from this point going forward, we've added 100 additional possible court dates. It was mentioned that a particular name of an owner of a property, it was mentioned by someone that spoke at the podium. And one thing that we've also had discussions with the judge about is how we properly and effectively go after some of these property owners that have multiple properties in the city that may have them registered but are not following up on getting them inspected on a routine basis, and you heard someone speak to that tonight. So in those situations, and we actually just organized this about 2 weeks ago, one particular property owner alone is going to be receiving 60 tickets towards 60 properties that that particular company owns. And someone made a comment sitting next to me, what's the benefit of all those? Well, eventually a first charge of $100 can then become a second offense charge of $300, and then a third offense of $500. But what we've been fortunate to do with the judge in the court is in some situations we've been able to say, we've been able to ask for an order from the judge to correct those violations in those properties and then hold that property owner accountable. And so we're moving forward with those types of orders too. And someone else mentioned an iceberg. I don't know anybody that wouldn't consider 33,000 open code enforcements not an iceberg. I think we made a significant attack on those. In the meantime, while new code enforcements are coming in and new rental inspections are coming in, we're dealing with the backlog, and we're also dealing with what we have going on currently. Recently, we worked with the county. Just a couple weeks ago, I met with Mr. Parrish from the assessing office, and they've provided us with a non-PRE report, principal residence exemption. Anybody in Michigan qualifies for that as long as they're living in the property that they own and they're claiming it as their homestead, they qualify for that. So we are using that report combined with a report that we've established in our BSNA system, which is our internal system that we keep track of all the properties in Pontiac. And we've been able to facilitate and come up with a report of all non-PRA properties. So now the task is, and by the way, in the last 3 weeks, my folks came in. I have a Saturday staff, and some folks that work during the week came in on Saturday. We got through 1,600 properties. So we looked at 1,600 properties. We identified what their status is. Are they registered? Are they not registered? Are they occupied? Are they not occupied? Some of the items on these reports are vacant properties. A lot of these non-PRE properties on this report are apartments that we know wouldn't claim a homestead. So once we whittle through those, then our task at hand moving forward is to identify the remaining properties that do not have a PRE, that are occupied, that are, we'll make the assumption that those are rental properties. And so that's what we're doing with those moving forward. If we come across a property and there's been a previous enforcement, either this year, last year, the year before, or sometime prior, and it's still the same owner, we're not giving them a new notice. They've already been put on notice many years ago. We're issuing tickets and we're going right to court with those. If we've come across some of these properties that do not have a PR status and we see that it is occupied and we make the assumption that it's a rental property, we give them an enforcement, which includes a letter and a site visit where we go out to the property and verify whether or not it's occupied or not. Those folks will get a 7-day notice, and if they don't come in and explain the status of the property, then we'll be moving those to court as well. So we found, like I said, that many of these properties are some of them are vacant properties with no structure on them all. Some are owner occupied. Some folks don't know that they can take advantage of the homestead exemption, so we're working through those as well. We anticipate in the next 6 to 8 weeks that we'll have gone through this report. We may not have written tickets to all of them, but we'll start enforcements on all of them, and we'll at least have our eyes on them so that we don't have any of these properties that are floating around with a non-PRE status that potentially could be rental properties. So that's our goal moving forward. We estimate within the next 60 days that we'll have a status on these remaining properties that we've pulled from this county report. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for assisting me in the 6th District. I know I probably call you guys all the time.
You do.
But I also want you to tell the community, how can they help with reporting some of these unregistered rental homes? Because it happens so fast. People move out quickly and someone else moves in and none of these units are being inspected. So How can the community help be the eyes when it comes to unregistered rental property?
Yeah, I think another speaker got up and spoke about it. We just need to really pay attention. You know, we are not successful without the support of the community. The community has to call us and let us know, you live on the block, you live on that particular street, you live next to this particular house, and if you see anything that seems strange, if you see somebody moving out, just give us a call and we'll find out. We'll be able to look for the information and let you know what we believe the status of the house is. The number you want to call, it's a general number in code enforcement. It rings to 6 of us, so if the first person's on the phone, it bounces to the next and so on. We're trying to not have people discouraged by it going to a voicemail. So we have it set up where it rings to several of us, including myself. That number is 248-758-2832. That's a general number, 248-758-2832, and it rings to, as I said, about 6 of us in the code enforcement department. Just if you see something that seems out of character, if it seems abnormal, if it seems strange to you, or if it's just something you want to confirm, then give us a call and we'll start looking at that.
And just one follow-up question concerning the abatements. Give us some numbers of a cost that it takes for you to abate one property.
Well, the one that I think you and I are both thinking of is well over $18,000. Okay. There was about 900 yards of debris that were removed from this property, this situation on this particular property. You know, some of those take a while, and I do want to mention that earlier Councilman Goodman recognized Judge Walker, and everybody in the room smiled. And I have the same response. So she's one of my favorite people in Pontiac. And so she has been very respectful. She's been on top of it. She's been very thorough before she executes an order that, you know, is pretty serious, entering someone's property and cleaning that property up. And then that cost, that part of that order includes that the cost of that abatement goes to the property owner. So we have to upfront that cost, but then we immediately put it as a charge to them, and eventually could go on their taxes if not paid.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Goodman?
And so I want to take this time to have you mention something. So let's say that you are a renter in the city who you yourself believe that your property that you live at is uncompliant or unregistered. What can you do in the city of Pontiac?
Yeah, we should have everyone contact us directly. In fact, if you're looking at a property, if you're in conversation with a potential landlord, and you ask them, has it been inspected by the city? And they say, of course, I'm always on top of this. Call us, 248-758-2832. We'll tell you when the last inspection was. If it's accurate that it's, you know, been recently certified, we'll be glad to give you that information.
And then the other follow-up thing, because it's the reason why I love Judge Walker so much, I think this would also be a really good time to mention like the escrow program and like the way in which that ties into the unregistered rental problem.
Yeah, so it'll be 2 years in August. On August 1st, your honorable body passed a resolution to our rental ordinance and include the ability for folks that living in Pontiac that discovered that their property is not certified as a rental and doesn't have a recent inspection certification, that they have the option to come and deposit their rent money into an escrow account here at City Hall. What's unique about ours is that at the end of those 30 days, if that landlord is still not come into compliance, that money that after 30 days is fully refunded to the tenant. And in some cases, that might be the money they need to use to go somewhere else where they're respected and they're in a better situation. But that was, I know you were involved in that. Our mayor was involved in that, making sure that that was part of that escrow ordinance. So if you are living in a rental home and you call us and you find out that it's not certified, then you can come in and you can meet with one of our staff in the code enforcement department, and you can deposit your rent money in an escrow account as opposed to paying them. We immediately give notification to the owner that their rent has been placed in escrow here at the city. We also immediately issue that landlord a ticket for having that property occupied with it not being certified. And then if the landlord brings the property into compliance within those first 30 days, then it's a prorated amount that goes to the landlord and a prorated amount that would go to the tenant.
And so very quickly, I want to say lastly, thank you so much to both code enforcement, but also Judge Walker for helping do that. And then I had one more thing that I was going to mention.
We can come back.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilwoman Jones?
Actually, Councilman Gutman asked my first question, but I wanted to ask you, from your perspective, from your team's perspective, could you speak to your internal processes for identifying unregistered properties? Because it's one thing, you know, for the property to be registered and for an inspection to be due, and, you know, there's an easier way of monitoring that. But if you could, you know, briefly go over either proposed or, you know, existing protocol for evaluating properties that are unregistered outside of community input.
So right now, from the report that we got from the county, the non-PRE homes, we built a spreadsheet of all those properties. We put them on a shared spreadsheet that all of our staff members can look at and all work from at the same time. It's for those that have gone to college recently, it's like a shared doc kind of situation where you're all working on the report at the same time. From there, what's happening is that we're utilizing the super index and the gateway through Oakland County. So the first thing we do is look to make sure that has it been a recent transfer or a recent purchase on that property. And then from there, if it's identified as being a property that's occupied without a PRE, then our assumption is that it's a rental. We then schedule an enforcement within 7 days. We've sent a letter out on the day we do the enforcement, and then within 7 days we do a site visit there, knock on the door, see if anybody's living there, and then try to identify. In many cases, in the last couple of weeks, we did 1,600 in the last 2 weeks. In many cases, we knock on the door, and it's an owner who's showing their driver's license that they live there. They just didn't know that they could benefit from the PRE exemption, and so now we've directed them to go over to file that paperwork appropriately. So.
Interesting. Very quickly, could you elaborate? PRE acronym stands for?
Principal Residence Exemption.
Exemption, that's the E. Thank you.
Councilwoman James, Councilman Rutherford, Councilman Goodman.
Could you restate the rental status of the apartment where the children were found? Because there's still a lot of confusion around the rental status. Could you just restate that for the public?
That was not a registered rental property, so it wasn't on our radar as a property that was being rented. It was not registered. Since that event, we've issued tickets to the owner of the property. We've already been in court with those. He's been found responsible on both charges. He's been assessed fines, and he has come into compliance by registering the property and applying for an inspection. One inspection took place just last Friday with the building department, and there's a list of things that need to be done in order for him to become completely compliant with that property if he wants to continue renting it.
Okay, good evening, Jack. I have several questions. We have conglomerates that owns large properties, amounts of property. One was mentioned earlier, SK Properties. So they bought those properties from the Housing Commission in 2019. They became the owner of it, and then they changed the name to different names. So it's SK Properties, SK1, SK3. Currently, how many properties have been inspected since this incident at 662, and with the young lady where she stays at, how many times has code enforcement been out to the properties that are owned not by the Housing Commission, because they sold their whole portfolio in 2019? That's facts. Why hasn't SK Properties been held accountable?
Well, they have, and so some are in the process, some are being litigated currently, but one of the things I had a conversation with the judge about a couple weeks ago is how do we move large amounts through the court system? Because up until recently, every time we wrote a ticket, it was a clock ticking. We knew we had 25 spots to fill every Monday. Well, some of those, some owners, not just the one that you're mentioning, but other owners of large amounts of property here in Pontiac could take up a whole month's worth of a docket because they would utilize all those spaces. So what we found out is that the court is willing to, for every 25 tickets that we issue to one owner, they're going to consider that one spot on a docket. And so we have moved forward with that. There's been lots of tickets issued. In fact, the one that was mentioned tonight, there is a current ticket against that property owner.
So my second follow-up is going to be in regards to Rothschild Court. Previously, this administration had a timeline on when those things will be corrected. Have they been corrected as of yet?
You mean as far as the status of the buildings? That's in a different court system than what I would be dealing with. As far as any rental properties there, we have some rental properties there that have been registered and have been inspected.
And my last question would be, you and Kevin are supposed to be using BNSNA. Are you familiar with the program? Have you guys brought the person in that you were going to outsource to fix it? Because I know that there are several properties that have not been registered since 2008. And so that's going to come up later on when we do this update about jobs. I'm going to be very specific. What are you guys doing about that? And when does that program start? Because from my understanding, it hasn't started yet.
You're talking about the training with Munivate? Yeah, Munivate's already started in my department. He's been there 4 times. We've gotten huge strides in terms of making it more efficient for inspectors. Before, when they'd sit down, someone made a comment almost a year ago about coming to City Hall in the afternoon and seeing the cars sitting there. Well, for every enforcement they do, there's paperwork that is...
Can you talk up a little more? I can't hear your side talk. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, someone asked me about a year ago to explain why, when they come to City Hall in the afternoon, did they see the cars sitting there? And I explained to them that when they go out and do their inspections or their enforcements during the day, we're responsible to document that. So there's an equal amount of paperwork that needs to be done. So one of the things that we asked Munivate to do was to streamline our letter process and our notification process. So instead of them having to maneuver through the BSNA system, as soon as they now enter in an enforcement in the system, it already sends a notification. We've converted a lot of it to an email system. We're asking people every single day to give us their email. So instead of relying on a letter that's going to go through the post office, they're getting an immediate email as soon as we do any kind of activity at their property. So those are the kind of things that we're asking Munivate to help us with. But I will say that one day that Munivate was here was the day that the county had sent me their report of the non-PREs, and it was very helpful to have Munivate there because he knew how to integrate it into the BSNA system so we could generate that spreadsheet that we're working from.
And for the people at home, could you explain what MURAC is and what they're supposed to be doing so that people know where there was a disconnect, why it didn't happen, and what's happening now?
You said for Munivate?
Explain, please.
So Munivate is a company. It's owned by a gentleman named Kevin, who used to be a BSNA employee for many years out in Bath, Michigan, where they're headquartered. He left there and started his own business. He's recognized by BSNA as the sole source person that they allow to do the training for their program. It's a lot cheaper to have him come in and do the training than it is to have BSNA come from Bath and spend days here doing that. A lot of it he can do remotely. He and I are hooked up now remotely, as well as our assistant manager, Clarence Cohen. So we're doing process changes electronically as well. So Munivate is a company that City Council approved to come in and help us streamline the sections of BSNA that the building department and the code department use on a daily basis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Goodman?
So very quickly, last thing, just to understand. So PREs, is that this? Would I be fair in saying that that is the same thing as having your house homesteaded?
That's the same thing, yeah.
Because I know, like, some of us use the term homesteaded, for example, opposed to PRE. Just make sure that everyone is on the same page, that those are the same thing.
Yeah, the definition of the PRE, if you look it up, it states that it's a homesteaded property. By definition, it's a property that you own and you live in. And I think the most recent number, and someone is probably going to correct me on this, but I think it's a discount of 18 mils on your assessed taxes for your property. I might be not exactly right on that 18 mils, but I believe that's the current rate.
Thank you. And then my last question on this, do you have an updated number as of recently for the amount of money that the escrow program has, like, saved Pontiac residents? Kind of like about a year ago, like last August, it was about 200,000.
You're talking about how much, a dollar amount of what folks have not paid?
And
what
rent to a bad landlord.
I don't have that, but I can get that to you.
Thank you.
Any final discussion? Hearing none, that concludes that special presentation. Thank you, Manager McIntyre.
Thank you.
We are at number 6 on the agenda, Recreation Center Funding and Financing Strategy. We give the floor to Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Michael, I want the first question.
Thank you, Council President, City Council. We've talked multiple times about the Recreation Center, and a question that comes up repeatedly is how exactly is the city going to be able to pay for it? Sorry about that, technical difficulties. And so we have a presentation here tonight. I am joined by representatives from the Raymond Consulting Group, and then the item directly after this is the item dealing with the racer contract. And so on the Zoom that's running in the background, we also have the attorney that worked on that contract and also a member from that group. So if you have any questions that you may have of them as to the cost, they are on here as well. Can we move forward? It's not moving. Okay, so let's start with just a quick history of why we're actually here. So between 2009 and 2013, the city of Pontiac had emergency managers, and we heard it said earlier today that during that time there were 4 recreation centers that were really called youth recreation centers. The emergency managers closed all of them and sold all of them except for one that had been left in disrepair. In 2016, the voters of the city decided that they wanted to dedicate funds to make sure that we had youth recreation activities, and they passed the millage. And that council set aside $3.2 million, and we'll talk about how that $3.2 million shows up in our budget. This council and this administration purchased the former McCarroll School and got it ready for the site of a new recreation center that is centrally located. That way we can have the most robust services that are available to the entire community and not spread out throughout the city. Nope. Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. And so we built on work that the former administration had done concerning what they wanted, what the public wanted to see in a building, and then we did our own extensive work with the community to find out what they wanted. And all of that work resulted in us dealing with an architect who said, hey, you know, based on what you've said, you're going to need about a 55,000 square foot building, and that should cost you approximately $25 million. Well, when we got into the actuals of truly designing the building, not just a square box theoretically, but actually sitting down and saying, what materials are we going to use, and how do we make this aesthetically pleasing, and How do we make sure that there's a good flow of people throughout the building? That number came to be $37 million, and that is $37 million not including the pool feature, which was included in the original $25 million estimate. And so City Council has asked for assurance that the city can actually afford to build a $37 million building and still pay for all of our other activities that we need to do going forward. And that is what this presentation intends to do. So we'll start off by talking about the actual cost of the building itself and where that money is going to come from. So again, $37 million is the estimated cost of the building. However, you can see that we have a total of $40 million available. That is to hedge against different activities that are happening in the market right now. So from the general fund unassigned balance, just money in the general fund that can be used for anything, there's $15 million. It's about 38% of it's about 37% of the total project. Then we have in the general fund $3.2 million that was set aside by the former city council. So there's another 8% of the project. ARPA dollars. City Council has specifically set aside $6.8 million in ARPA, so another 17% of the project. The final portion of the project, we are proposing to use a bond. So we are proposing to borrow dollars. And I have to stress, the borrowing of dollars that we are proposing does not and will not require any new millage. It will not require any new taxes to the city. We have in our budget, which we will talk about as we go forward, enough money yearly that we can actually make those bond payments from existing funds without reducing any other services. So this slide talks about the cash balances that the city has. And you can see that from 2020 through today, we have consistently been increasing our cash balance, which means that from 2020 through today, with all of our audited statements, the city has brought in more money in its general fund than it has spent out, to the point where when this slide was put together, when the accountants did the work, because, you know, of course, those numbers are going to fluctuate daily based on how many new taxes come in and what bills we pay. But when this was put together, we had collected taxes, and our cash position was that we had $56.6 million in the bank. If we were to take the $18 million and make that payment right now, so that's 18 that's coming out of the general fund, 15 for unassigned balance and 3.2 for assigned balance, that would bring us down to $38 million, which is still a larger cash position than we were in 2021. So even with that reduction, we are still sitting in one of the best cash positions that we have been in many years. Yes, please. Again, this is a revenue and expenditure chart. So it's just showing you how we got to that point of having so much money in the bank. So in 2021, we had a surplus. So revenues over expenditures of $5.8 million. We had an anomaly in 2022 where it was $2 million. And I call that the anomaly because every other year we're looking at $6 million plus of surplus. And I specifically say $6 million plus because in 2023, when we look at that $16.7 million, that's $6.7 million of actual surplus revenue over expenditure, and that's $10 million of ARPA funds that were moved from the ARPA account to our general fund account. So again, the trajectory, and there is no reason, there's nothing in the market to make us believe that this trajectory of spending is going to change in the near future. Yes. So this slide is important because I talked about assigned balance and unassigned balance. So what this slide is showing is that right in 2021, of the money in our general fund, we had $21.5 million that could be spent on anything. And then we had $12.6 million that was dedicated to specific items. As we move forward and we get to 2025, we see we have $60 million that can be spent on anything. Yeah, included fund balance. We'll come back. When we go forward and we make this payment, we will spend down the vast majority of the assigned fund balance so that we will still be left with $42 million, but that money will be available to do whatever the city needs to do with it. This is fund coverage ratio. This is an item that is generally not of interest to the public, but is used by the city's finance team, is often used by the administration and the city council to make sure that we have enough money in the bank for a rainy day. Generally speaking, we would want to have somewhere between 18 to 25% of our annual spend just sitting in the bank. As of right now, we have over 100% of our annual spend just sitting in the bank. Now, I say just sitting in the bank, we do our best to have it in the highest interest-bearing accounts that we can have it in, but there are two caveats there. The first is that we don't want to be overly aggressive because we do need to have that money available to actually pay our bills. And the second is, even with us just not wanting to be overly aggressive, there are state and federal laws that really, really limit what we can actually invest in. So it's not as if we are getting some great, amazing return on these funds. These funds are honestly better spent, put to use, than just sitting in the bank so that we can say, well, we've got so much money, we don't have to worry about anything. Here's a comparison of our neighboring cities. With the exception of Auburn Hills, you can see that all of our neighbors are well beneath that 100% level. And you can reach out to Auburn Hills yourself, but I did reach out to the city of Auburn Hills, and I asked them about their anomaly. And they confirmed that they have been saving up for a number of major projects, that they are actually doing a longitudinal capital plan, and that if you look at their budget projections for the next 5 years, you will see that 127 come down into alignment with the general standards of our neighbors. I talked about wanting to borrow money. This is an excerpt from Baird Financial. They sent us a memo, so they're a company that municipalities work with in order to go out and borrow money. And so this is verifying that the city of Pontiac could borrow $15 million. They would, if we did that, it would be, they estimate that it would be at a AA bond rating, and that the annual debt service would be approximately $1.1 million. So let's go forward and see how we pay for that. So here we're looking at future general fund revenues and expenses. If we include that $1.1 million payment, and if we include deferred maintenance on the building, right? We don't want to build a building and then not be able to pay for general renovations on the building that we know are going to come up. So in total, we are taking $1.4 million out of that. If we assume a slight upward pressure on all of our income of 2%, but a larger upward pressure of 4% on all of our expenses, we can go all the way to 2032 without changing anything in our projections before we start eating into our fund balance. So clearly, if you are only looking at the financials, taking a $15 million loan, taking $18 million out of our general fund does not put the city into a bad financial position. The next steps. If the city council believes that we have the funds to go forward, the very next step is actually on the city council's agenda tonight, and that is to introduce the resolution to finish the design of the building. After that, we would move forward next week with introducing the process to issue the bonds. And finally, we would go through the process of, we would start working through the process of issuing the bonds. We would also work through the process of hiring a construction manager at risk. And with the construction manager at risk, and this is part of the reason why we have the attorney on the line, with the construction manager at risk, it's important to note that there are multiple stages in that process. The first stage in that process is just to pick a construction manager. That construction manager, once we pick them and say, you are the person who will be responsible for building this building, they will go out, they will price out the building right now in the market, and they will come back and say, we will build the building that you asked us to build, and this is our guaranteed maximum price to do that. At that point, the city has the choice to say, yes, we want to go forward at that price, or the city can say, no, that price, right, so it's beyond the $37 million that we had originally agreed to, because inflationary prices, things in the market have changed, and so for that reason, we don't want to go forward, or the city, for whatever reason, can just determine that they don't want to go forward. But choosing a construction manager does not lock the city into building or paying for a $37 million building. And with that, again, we do have our financial team here from Raymond if you have any questions.
First, let's have the city's acting finance director, Mr. Clark, and the Raymond Group team, if you'd like to speak and confirm that the information presented concurs with your findings.
Yes, hi, my name is Daniel Clark. As spoken to, I am the acting finance director with the Raymond Group. Yes, so we did work with the Deputy Mayor Calfani to put together this information. We have also been instructed to help get the city more up to date with their financial information. So that's why we were able to present as of the end of February, and we're able to project certain things to future as far as the revenue and the expenditures. So yes, all this information came through our review of the current financial statements, and then through obviously we added some information about other communities as a comparison, and those were verified by our team as well.
Okay. It's already 9 o'clock, and I anticipate part of the reason why we built in a meeting, an additional meeting for next week, is so that way we can allow some of these items to carry on into the following week. Now that this presentation has been made, discussion and questions. Councilman Rutherford?
First question, what is the city's current bond rating? Because from my understanding, the previous financial director said we did not have a AAA bond rating. So what's our current bond rating?
The city does not currently have a bond rating, and as was talked about in the slides, by the Baird Company, which is a financial advisor that works with municipalities, they estimate that given the city's current status, so we talked about the good cash status that we're in, that when we go out for a set of bonds, for a $15 million bond, we would be at a AA rating. In fact, they said that we could borrow as much as $70 million at that bond rating.
Where is that at in writing?
The city council has been provided with that memo.
Okay. So then my second question is this. We don't have our bond rating. We originally said that we would not put this on the taxpayers' back. So who's paying this money back if we borrow that money?
So I need to be very clear about how I say this.
Okay. Thank you.
Everything that the city does, short of philanthropy, is ultimately on some taxpayers' back, because the city collects tax money. What I have said is that no new taxes would need to be raised to pay for this borrowing. We would do it all out of the existing tax money that we are already collecting.
And my last question is, we're about to try to, in several weeks after this, we're going to ask us to do a DPW permanent. Are we still pursuing Central, or are we not pursuing Central anymore?
We still need to procure a permanent home for our DPW.
Okay. And there's a reason why I'm going to, I said that, because at the end of the day, I asked you to show me where you can physically show me where the money is so that I could see it for myself, because I don't believe nothing until I see it. Do you have the information I asked as of yet?
So, Councilwoman Rutherford, you asked to see the bank statements. I do have copies of the bank statements. They have not been properly redacted as of yet, and I am happy to give them to you in the morning once all of the right information has been taken off.
I would like that. Appreciate it. Thank you for now.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jones?
I wanted to start by first asking if either you, Deputy Mayor, or Council President could forward me a copy of the presentation. I did not receive that to my email.
It was forwarded earlier today.
Oh, I probably was driving. Okay, thank you. I will check for that then, but let me move on then. On the one slide, and I don't remember which one, but there's a listing of general fund committed, bonding. These are all sources for, financial sources for funding this project. I wanted to ask, one, if you could briefly go over the general fund versus general fund committed. One was 15 million, one was 3.2 million, I believe, if I saw that correctly. So if you could explain, the difference in those two accounts,
Yes, ma'am.
That would be great. But we can start there.
Okay. So the difference between the $15 million uncommitted and the $3.2 million committed, all of that money is just in the general fund. The $3.2 million, by action of the previous city council, was dedicated only to this activity. Okay. And so that $3.2 million is not enough to build the building by itself. The $15 million is not enough to build the building by itself. But we are suggesting that the city, out of its general fund, spend the 3.2 that has been committed and add to that another 15.
Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you. So one more question to that then. Last that was presented, the general fund had somewhere around $54 million in it. Does that figure sound accurate or close to it?
Approximately. I think as of the date that this was put together was 56.6 million. Because again, it's going to fluctuate based on whatever taxes have been paid and whatever bills have been paid.
Okay, so the last question. These figures that were calculated, these are accounting for, I saw a timeline here, like 2032. This is just for what, fixed costs until 2032 was maintenance, employment, and anything in between calculated into this?
Right, so that extrapolation into the future of 2032 is taking what we saw as trend lines going all the way back to 2021 of the amount of money that the city collects and the amount of money that the city spends out. We have no reason to believe that there is going to be any large change in that. And so we intentionally said, let's assume that the economy doesn't do very well and upward pressure is only 2% on actual income. But let's assume that the economy doesn't do very well and upward pressure on prices is double that, 4%. So if we continue in the vein that we're in and we have a modest increase in income and a more stringent increase in pricing, and we don't change anything else that we're doing, all the way out until 2032, we would still be running surpluses. That would be the first year that we would actually have to use some of our fund balance money.
Okay, thank you.
Any final questions at this stage? All right, that concludes the.
Just a quick question concerning our potential bond rating. Would the city be trying to use any money as collateral to increase our bond rating?
That's a great question. The short answer to that is no. The longer answer to that is the more money that we have sitting in accounts, the better our bond rating will be. That's just general. So we're not putting it up as collateral, but that's just how the bond rating process works. The less they feel like you need to borrow money, the more money they are willing to lend you because you become a less risky target for paying the money back.
Okay, thank you. Follow up. This question for the Raymond Group, if I can. I've done a little reading about your company, and so first and foremost, I thank you for coming in into the city of Pontiac at this time when we had an issue with not having a lot of, a financial director not being consistent over this past 3 years. So if you think about this project, and you guys work with other municipalities, how do most of these communities actually take care of these major capital improvement projects?
As far as funding goes?
Yes.
So I would say Pontiac is very unique in the fact that they have no bonds outstanding. I work with dozens of communities, and I would say you are probably one of the only larger city municipalities that has no debt other than compensated absences. So I would say almost in every case, I would see that a project such as this would be bonded either completely or partially, as you're discussing now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah, that's a great point. We have the emergency manager to thank for that because he paid off all of our bonds prematurely. But you are correct. The city of Pontiac is unique in that we actually have no debt. You know, the last of it was eliminated by the previous administration when they settled with the Phoenix Center's litigation. So we are, we are in an unusually between no debt and a overfunded pension fund. I mean, we're blessed. We're a blessed city. Our problems are in other areas, and we're struggling, but we're going to get through them. My question, though, it's not really a question, but to add to what you've said, you've given us the numbers. Now talk a little bit about the trajectory for the city. When we look at, anytime you're approaching a major financial decision, you're looking at, how that would look going into the future. The city of Pontiac is poised for quite a bit of growth, and I think we need to talk about that. We need to talk about the projection for Oakland County and the other, the amount of new housing we have coming on board. Just do a brief, vision of where we're in the next 5 years, where we don't expect to go down, is what I'm saying.
Yes, Councilwoman James. So to the point of the projection slide where we said, assuming very moderate growth in income, 2%. That is well beneath the current trend of property values increasing in the city of Pontiac. That is well beneath the trend of our income tax increase from year to year in Pontiac. But we wanted to be conservative. If we look at all of the projects that are currently in the hopper, 400 approximately new residential units to be added to the downtown. When we look at the other projects of that the city council approved for the the exchange is the 400 new downtown. But when we look at the Oneida Street project, a lot of that is going to be in a tax abatement zone, but not all of it. So that will send up prices. And when that happens, that will also send up comps in that neighborhood. And so when the houses in that neighborhood sell, they will become uncapped. And when they become uncapped, you will see large jumps in those values there. So if the economy actually continues as it's going and we take off the constraints of let's be ultra conservative, we're not looking at a 2% rise in income and a 4% rise in costs. We're looking more at a reverse of that, where we legitimately could expect our income to be rising faster, at least in the immediate future, than our cost. Because again, even when we talk about what's happening on the national stage, a lot, other than the building of this building, a lot of what the city is doing and buying and purchasing is not going to be affected by the current trade wars that you hear going on in the news, right? We plow streets. Well, we've already ordered our plows. So we are not going to be affected in the cost of plows by that trade war. We buy salt. Our salt is not coming from across the border. So that's not going to be affected by that war. So a lot of the activity that we do, we should not expect to see those large increases in pricing. But we intentionally wanted to be conservative in this particular presentation.
Oh, my hand was up.
Yeah, it's 9:10.
Mm-hmm.
It's 9:10.
Oh, yes.
So Councilman Goodman for a first time. Did you ask a question yet? Okay. Are you saying no? I'm saying no. Okay. Councilman Rutherford for a second round.
Yeah. So, realistically, this is a legacy project. It's a statement before I ask this question, because people are trying to build their next career move off of making sure this is done. But I'm saying that to say I'm concerned because the Raymond Group, that's the name of the group, they don't come into municipalities when things are all good. They come when it's in disarray. So we had to bring them in because we lost the financial directors, several of them. One of them you fired, the other one quit. And now y'all saying all of a sudden everything is straight and we have money and we have enough to do it. We have to be very careful with these next choices that we're making, because I was taught that let the choices you make today be the choices you could deal with tomorrow. And my concern is that we have rose-colored glasses, because some people want to get elected. Some people want to run for Congress. Some people want to run for mayor. And at the end of the day, we're making these choices based on emotions and not based on facts. So I think that I would love to see, like I asked for the ledger, I also would love to see if all of the bills that are in DPW been paid, if all of the bills that are in purchasing been paid, if all of the bills that are in Parks and Rec been paid, because you stated earlier, and I'm going to make sure I got this right, that if we didn't have a millage, we could still pay and keep the youth center going. And so I just have one question. How is that possible? Because the millage pays for the staff, and also, this is also supposed to be a youth center, but y'all trying to make it a community center. So you can't use the youth millage for a community center. So I'm asking this because I'm good on words. How we gonna do this if you can't use the youth millage for a senior community center or a community center, and then let's say we make it a community center, how we gonna pay for the staff without the millage? I yield to the deputy for you to explain that to me.
So before I get into answering all of your questions, I would like to yield the floor to Mr. Clark here so that he can tell you about the Raymond firm, because I think that you have misunderstood how the firm actually operates. So my point is that they do not only come into distressed communities.
Yes, so Raymond does offer services among many different types of communities, both those that are operational as well as those that are in need of help. So from our standpoint, obviously we fill a service of coming in when there's a need either for a specific person that can't be found or hired, or that a department needs assistance. So we service communities of all kinds, and I would say, I think a comment was made as far as the money is now here that we're here. No, this money has been here all along. I think the idea is that obviously there were things that were behind, and that we're here to help, I guess, get caught up. So there's an accurate picture of what the city has and they don't have.
Thank you.
Any final discussion on this? What? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so now
and
that
the idea is that we could do the same presentation next week. So the information could be reiterated. Just want to know, this isn't the only bite at the apple. Deputy Mayor, further answer?
Yeah. So I will quickly answer the councilwoman's question to reiterate what Mr. Clark said. The money has always been there. It is not suddenly there. I would think that, or I would hope that anyone who knows me and knows my legacy knows that I'm not elected. I'm not here to be reelected. I am here to do a job. I was asked to present the facts of the city's finances, and that is what I have done. I yield back to City Council.
Any final discussion on this presentation? We can have it, the information shared out again at next week's City Council meeting as well. All right, we are at number 7 on the agenda. We built in the special meeting next week in part so that way we could postpone this item so we don't keep going all night. This is a resolution that was postponed from the February 18th meeting. It's a resolution approving the Racer MRSA contract amendment to reflect Youth Recreation Center council-directed scope of design work. Could I please have a motion to postpone this 1 week?
So moved.
Support.
Was that moved by Councilwoman Jones? Yes. Okay. Moved by Jones, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. The motion before us is postponement for 1 week. Any clarification? Mayor Grimal.
I don't know if that's a debatable motion, so if I'm out of order, just say so. But if people want to have a few questions about this item separate from the financing, we do have the city attorney who's worked on this contract with us remotely. If people want to get some information before next week, I defer to the council, obviously.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Gallant, for your pricey virtual participation. Sorry to make you linger for so many hours, but the motion before us is postponement for 1 week. Any further discussion or clarification? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on postponement of this resolution.
Rutherford,
Oh, yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That'll be back before us on March 11th. We're now at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials that wish to get an update on their role? Hearing none, we're now at agenda address, a 3-minute opportunity to speak on items on the agenda. Pro Tem Carrington, take it away.
You said 3. You changed it. Carlton Jones.
Okay. Sometimes you can kick the can down the road, keep kicking the can down the road, but I'm just going to say this. And this is no attack on anybody, but this is playing on y'all naivety of what's going on. I mean, I sat in that big debate when we was talking about where we should price this thing. Back, we had this long meeting about where we should fall for how much the center should be. And we don't even include the most important thing that we wanted to have was a swimming pool. And so now we got all this money out of the person who's been looking for another job somewhere else, person who done lined up and said they don't want to come back, but they want to push this in front of you all, and you all believe this is what we should do. How can you ever waste our time here like that? They not invested here. Where's all the directive from the usually be here? Where's the staff and everything for our city? There's really, where they at? I mean, I hate to get like this, but I was planning on being, gone by now. Now we're here till 9 o'clock. It's like, come on now. If any of y'all believe that we should be investing in that community center right now with a lame duck administration, you are out of your minds. Don't think about running. I'm going to be keeping it real. Nobody control Carlton Jones. I'm going to tell you guys, ain't nobody you can go to and control me. You can have inspectors come out to my house and do anything you want to. I'm going to tell you, that's not going to back me off from telling the truth. I love this place. People mentored me here. People showed me the way. I listened to people who, now, yeah, okay, I know we got some younger folks. Y'all need to learn to listen to some folks and try to act accordingly. As much as you might want to love that we want to have this youth center, we do not have this thing. We got the cart before the horse. And we keep on wasting our time with this, we will never get it right. If you want to know about this construction piece, come to me. I know about it. I'm not saying I know everything, but I know all about this process that they're trying to go through and talking about this coming in with this construction manager and telling him do this and a guaranteed price. Ain't nobody guarantee no price not going to be a good price. So you guys need to come on, wake up, and let's get about the business. And one thing about it, there's a whole lot of stuff we ain't been doing. And try to save money and not supplying these things to the citizens, that's not a good deal. So I'm going to leave. That's the one item. But I do want to say when you start talking about this renaming issue, I want to stick around for that. I don't know if I'm able to stick around for that, though. But I will say this. There's a lot of people know that Mr. Clyde Kemp has earned more than just what he's done in this community, but as an entrepreneur to be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Dr. Water. What items?
Special presentation number 7. Okay. But also a comment that President McGinnis made. I wanted to address what Carlton Jones just spoke about, but first I do want to thank President McGinnis for a statement he made clearing up what is an absolute lie that I've been, fighting against during this mayor's whole term in office. I stole no money from the city, and I'm glad, Mike McGinnis, that you corrected that for the record. You all were, some of you were bewildered by that and kind of went along with it at first, but people realized, and people know the integrity I have. So I have stood for the city. Actually, the city owes me money, matter of fact. But I appreciate your making that statement because I think the people who have pushed that along, it was intended to be kind of a misquote of what was actually said, but they, I think, intentionally made sure that people took the wrong impression. So I thank you for correcting that. Several of the council members since that time that I've come back and worked for the city still have said they know that that was a total lie, misconception. And some of you have apologized to me for that. So at some point, maybe that can be done publicly, but I thank you for having the sense to make that statement, President McGinnis, about that. In regards to this funding strategy for the Youth Recreation Center, nobody wants this Youth Recreation Center more than I do, Worked all with the people who had their hearts and passed the millage. And people thought we were going to get that for our children after the emergency manager took away all the other 4. So I got another one opened. It was closed by this mayor, as you know. But I say that, but anything in terms of funding and strategies should include operation of the building. There's no sense in building a $37 million castle if you have no money for the staff to run the operations. That is a very big part of that. And there was nothing in this presentation that said where you're going to get the money to operate it. So you need to consider that. So the thing is, before you push in, and I think the thing you want to have the special meeting is just to pay another $600,000 to design something that, as I said, we don't even know if we can afford. All right? Now, so why pay $600,000 to an outside consulting firm when ARPA money is still not given to the citizens and the small businesses that they should be given to that? But in addition to that, the bonds are paid by the taxpayers, all right? If you don't use the bonds to taxpayer money to pay for the youth rec, then you don't have money for the roads, okay? So that's what you have to take into consideration. So that's what needs to be included in the funding. And I'm going to take 1 second to this. I will. Because after this, don't piecemeal. what you want to own, what you want the taxpayers to pay for. Don't piecemeal, because one, you're going to plan to bring a bond for the roads after this, okay?
Dr.
And then
Waterman,
there'll be
I
another cost to
understand.
the citizens.
Your time has expired.
I know, I'm wrong to do
Yes,
that,
you-
but I
yes,
think
you
this
are.
is important enough, and I'm going to say it.
Okay, well,
So I did that.
you can send us an email. Thank you. Mr. Robert Bass, what items, sir? Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. It's time for me to go home. I'm not a gambling man, but the way this money has been ghosted around here and these presentations have never been accurate one way or the other, as a resident, and you got my wallet in my pocket, I'm going to keep it in my pocket. I don't think you should throw any more money into that youth center until you get an accurate accounting of what you're going to have to charge us as residents, because I ain't paying no more millages or bonds. So y'all can do what you want to, but bottom line is, I wouldn't, if I was a gambling man and I saw y'all at the table, I'd get up and take my money and go home, like I'm finna do now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Clyde Kemp.
I'm going to make it fast, quick, and in a hurry. I know everybody wants to go home, and I've been wanting to go home for the last 30 minutes. But there was a poem that I would like to recite to you all, because I know you all in a predicament that you can do, but it's a hot potato. It's a hot potato, and everybody's passing the potato. But let me say this. There was 6 men trapped by happenstance in the dark and bitter cold. Each possessed a stick of wood. So the story was told. The dying fire need of a log, one man held his back. Because on the faces of the fire, he noticed one was black. The third man sat in tattered clothes and gave his coat a twitch. Why should I use my log to aid the idle rich? The rich man thought about all the wealth he had in store and how to keep what he had earned from that lazy, shiftless poor. The black man's face spoke of revenge as that fire passed out of sight. The only thing he could see was his chance to spite the white. The last man in that 6-lump group didn't play for gain. He gave to those that had already given. That's the way he played his game. 6 logs held in destined hand is the proof of human sins. They didn't die from the cold without, they died from the cold within. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alice Kemp, student from West Bloomfield.
Good evening, city council members. My name is Alex Kemp. I'm in the 9th grade, and I'm going to tell you why my father, Clyde Kemp, should get the street named after him. I stand before you today to share why my father deserves the honor of having a street named after him. My dad is a hardworking man who takes pride in his community and dedicates his time and resources to make it a better place for everyone. His commitment to improving our city goes beyond personal success. He uplifts others, especially the youth, by offering them opportunities to work and develop strong work ethics. He doesn't just pay them for their efforts. He teaches them the value of hard work and discipline and giving back to the community. My father has made a significant impact on Pontiac, not just by helping people, by investing in the city itself. At one point, he sold homes at Park Place and beyond, helping families find places to call home. But his contributes don't stop there. He made history for the first black man to own the Alkaline Spring Water Company with his own pump station and a vast amount of land up north. He has built something truly remarkable. In Park Place, my father works tireless and to maintain beautifying the area. He picks up trash, cut grass, trim edges, shovel snow, and does whatever it takes to make the community clean and welcoming. Naming the street after him will be an honor. His legacy. His dedication, work ethics, and selfness have made a lasting impact on our community. Naming the street after him will not just honor his legacy, but also serve as a reminder of what one person could do to make a difference. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Tim Fluker.
Hello, everyone. I'm a student from West Bloomfield High School, and I'm 14 years old. Today, I'm here to talk about someone who really deserves recognition in this community, Mr. Kemp. He is not just a local businessman, but someone who has done so much for all of us, and I think he deserves a street named after him. Mr. Kemp owns several businesses that help provide jobs and keep our economy going, but that's just the beginning. He's also been here for our elderly community by running an elderly home where they are treated with care and the respect they deserve. And it's really not easy to do that, trust me. But Mr. Kemp has made it his priority, and that says a lot about his character. On top of that, he's given so much back to the community, whether it's through his donations, supporting local events, or just helping people when they need it. Mr. Kemp has always stepped up, and he is that kind of person who quietly gives and never asks for anything in return. For me, personally, I've been lucky enough to know Mr. Kemp because he's the father of one of my best friends, and he's not just a dad to his kids, but he's become a mentor to me, always offering advice and guidance whenever I need it. He has given me rides whenever I need them, and that's just another example of how kind he is. With everything he's done for the community, whether it's his businesses, his care for the elderly, his donations, and just being a good person in general, he truly deserves to be honored, and I think naming a street after him would be a perfect way to show our appreciation for everything he's done. Mr. Kemp is a role model to me and many, many others, and having a street named after him would be a great, great way to keep his legacy alive. Thank you for all of your times.
Thank you. Mr. Prince Eel.
Good evening, City Councilman. I am Prince Ravanna Moselle II. I'm here today on behalf of Mr. Cloud on getting a street named after him. Today I have the privilege of speaking about a man who has made a lasting impact, not just on me, but on our entire community. Mr. Clyde is more than just a hardworking man. He is a role model, a leader, and a true inspiration. Most mornings, Mr. Clyde and his son, Alex, have been picking me up for school and making sure we get to our workouts and showing what real dedication looks like. He doesn't have to do that, but he does. He's a kind man. He's always putting in the effort to help those around him succeed. Mr. Clyde is a trailblazer. He is the first black African-American to own an alkaline water company, breaking barriers and proving that hard work and I'm a little nervous. First time. Sorry about that. Perseverance can turn dreams into reality. His journey is proof that success isn't given, It's earned through sacrifice, determination, and unshakable belief in oneself. When we talk about naming the street after Mr. Cloud, we're not just talking about putting up a sign. We're talking about honoring a legacy of commitment, of service, and of breaking down barriers. We're talking about showing the next generation where anything is possible. Showing the next generation that anything is possible, no matter where you come from, or what obstacles stand in your way. That's all I have for today.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. James Bowler.
Hello, City Council. My name is James Bowles. I spoke with you guys about 8 months ago. Ms. Rutherford, I talked to you on the phone about Clyde. I'm from Detroit, but I have I told you the last time I came here, I played at Eastern Michigan University football, and I have a lot of friends that came from out of Pontiac that I played ball with and ran track with at EMU. I got a chance to meet Mr. Kemp 5 years ago. I have a water and a sea moss company. Because of Mr. Kemp and him taking time out to talk to me, he's actually made things better for my company. And I'm here to support him to see that possibly can reconnect the dots. Because I was just at a presentation where they gave Tommy Hearns a street name, and not to shine Tommy or anything like that, and other people in Detroit that got streets named after them. They really haven't did anything for the community overall. Mr. Kemp has done things for the community. I've seen the pictures that he talked about, how Park Place was. So it would be an honor for me, because I do have, I have an interest always from Pontiac, from 1975, from the bus issues and all of that. I always took an interest in meeting all the guys I played ball with. Even made it, I was here a lot in the 80s, late 70s and 80s. I was here a lot. So I would love to see that you take up that resolution to make Mr. Kemp smell his rose, have him a chance to smell his roses before he leaves. If Tommy Hearns and some of the other pastors in Detroit can get their names on the street that haven't really put into the community all the way, I think Mr. Kemp deserves his time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Darlene Clark and Ms. Gloria Miller on deck.
Good afternoon, Council and Administration. This has been an interesting night. But let me say this first. I am going to talk about number 14, but I need to say this first. Pontiac is known as the Little Detroit. The reputation that Detroit has and had is what they consider Pontiac to be. With the neglect that we are the ship, the hub for all the rejects. We have transitional homes. We have, oh my God, do we have transitional homes? We have renters, investors, 70% investors who's not even maintaining a property. So we're just a hub. And with that being said, that's the reason why. And then we have a council and administration doesn't seem, since I can remember, to get along. They can't seem to get their issues together in order for the sake of the people. So what I'm talking about now is GERS. I need to apologize because I didn't make it very clear. And to correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, the $400 stipend has been stopped since February of 2022, all the way up to today, which means that's 3 years, 37 months as of March 1st. The amount that's actually due to them is $14,000 per person. $14,800 is for every GERS member for back pay, that the council made a resolution to give them all back pay. That account is growing. Today is $14,800. Tomorrow it's going to be $15,000. So this issue needs to be taken care of, whether you're trying or not trying. Either you have it and drop it, or you and move forward, or you don't have it. But taking it as long as you taking it is really, oh my God, Deidre Waterman done it. Now, Mayor Tim Grimer, you're doing it. To lie and keep confusion is the worst sin of all sin. To keep confusion going, and that's what's happening with the retirees. Now, Mr. Kafani, I do have a question to ask you about the chart the money that you present to the people. The money that's sitting there, that's growing, that you said is not going to be used as collateral. Are you spending the interest, and your intent is to keep it growing? Are you looking at the recession? Because we headed for a bad recession and possibility of war. Will that money still be capable to build that rec center?
Okay, I want to talk about the GERS. I want to get that out first. To all my GERS people out there. This has been going on ever since I was on the council. And then it brought it into this council. I hope and I pray that this mayor and this administration would do good. Now, I'm not going to blame it on you, council, not yet. I'm going to give you a chance, an opportunity, because you guys got a chance to fix all this. You can vote on this. It's time to make a deal. See, I've been to all the meetings. I know all the ins and outs for the last 3 years sitting in them. I know what people done said. Now it's time for action. Give these people their back pay. Give these people their money, because the money don't add up. It don't add up, what Mr. Albright said last week. After I got home, I got this. It doesn't add up. So with that being said, now I know Carlton done said, you know, we're watching you. I got a little experience, Carlton. I know you're good, but I walked the streets before, and I walked many people out. You guys need to do the right thing. Spike Lee said, do the right thing for these GERS members. They are citizens of this city. Their parents who live here. If they can't vote, they got other people can vote. If you can't do right by them, how are you going to do right by the rest of us? And they worked in this building for years, and they're dying, and you won't give them their money. So, and another thing I want to put on the record, I don't want it done after August when the election is, and I want it done before September. See, you're playing politics. I know politics, and I know politics. If this is not done by June, I'm going to go out and lobby all of them, and so they can get everybody out. We got to show them what we mean. We're not talking anymore. We got to show them. Do the right thing. These people are literally dying because they are missing their money. Stand on faith. Stand on God. Do the right thing. That's all you have to do. It's just simple as that. They're dying. Every time I pick up that paper, I go to GERS, a member of mine, some coworker. And guess what? Some of the people I didn't even get along. But you know what? I fight for them because it's just a damn right thing to do. They deserve that money. What we got after that? Nothing but death. That's all we got to look forward to. Now, I don't. I get up every day to come down to fight for everybody else. When God gets time for me to go, I'm going to go. I also want to mention one more thing in regards to the homes. I want, Mayor, maybe you could answer this. Why is some homes getting out of the $25,000, or correct me, council, does everybody get the $25,000? Because some people call me, they only got 17, 16. What are you basing that on? That was one of the questions. One more. Oh, yeah. And Council President, how much money we got in the PEG funds from when we was on council? Look into that. Do some brownie points and do some things for the citizens of Pontiac. Buy us some furniture. Yeah. We got PEG money. We was going to do it in that last council, but we didn't get a chance to get around to it. Now, I'm not going to blame you guys for it, but you know what? Look into that. Should be some money in there. Our citizens deserve better than this. Let's do this. Look up those PEG funds. Mr. Carrington, look it up. That's what we was going to. We could use that money for new equipment and everything. Clean this room up. We deserve it. Maybe we'll feel better. We won't hit you so hard.
That concludes general address, President McGinnis.
All right, we're at number 8 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving the first reading of a municipal ordinance amendment for automobile services establishments, including tire shops in the city of Pontiac? It's been moved by Councilman Goodman. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, second by Councilman Janes. Again, this is a first reading, so if you want to be swift with it, be swift. Mayor and staff.
Well, this is a follow-up to the decision that was made by City Council at the behest or suggestion of our planning manager some time ago to put a moratorium in place to not allow any new auto-related businesses to come into existence or move forward through the planning process if they hadn't already applied. And the Planning Division recommended that moratorium so that the Planning Division could study the issue and come up with a new revised ordinance to regulate these establishments. The Planning Division has done that, and I'll turn it over to the Planning Manager to discuss his recommendations.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council, members of the City of Pontiac. I'm going to try to fly through this. Again, this is a citywide text amendment for the regulation for automobile services. The moratorium was held in July. There was actually a public hearing on this in November at City Council, but although that was just to get recommendations and feedback from the public. There was, this ordinance did go to Planning Commission on February 5th in a public hearing, and tonight is the first reading. If there is a second reading, it will be on March 18th in 2 weeks. We mentioned the automobile services. There have been a lot of approved applications, and there were a lot that we were about to receive applications for, which is why the moratorium came in place. Right now, gas stations, mechanics, and car washes are all permitted in C1, C3, C4 zoning districts by right in an M1 and M2 zoning districts, and they're all lumped together. It's a lot of different types of businesses that are classified one way. And there are, as many know, they're proliferated across the city along thoroughfares, and not all of them do, but some increase blight and disruption to residential neighborhoods. So the proposal tonight is to split this up into 3 different land uses: gas stations, automobiles, mechanics, and tire shops as a second, and then third is car wash. Staff looked at many jurisdictions' regulations and chose to mirror some of the regulations from the Royal Oak Zoning Code, which staff felt were clear and reasonable regulations. The first will be gas stations. They're required to be on a Type A street, so that would be your main thoroughfares. That I know there was an application for Franklin Road, so this would again push these to a Type A street. And then it really will require a wall for screening, and then the number of trees is increased as well. Fuel pumps will be required to be 30 feet from any property line, regardless of what is adjacent to it. And filling stations are, again, I mentioned on the Type A street. These are streets with traffic volumes exceeding 15,000 cars a day. We did put something in here. If you're adding 10 or more pumps, to put 1 EV charging station. That's not going to apply for a little gas station at the corner, but if there is a larger facility coming in and putting in the infrastructure, we thought was helpful. Retail displays associated with the filling station are limited to within 8 feet of the principal building. This should really reduce the amount of clutter on site. Broadcasting of media that can be heard off-site is prohibited, and applicants with new filling stations are required a truck turn analysis as part of the review process. So a couple things. This does not apply to existing gas stations. And we considered, do we want to have a ban or so many within a buffer yard? But we looked citywide, and there's an equal spread of gas stations and, more importantly, convenience stores throughout the city that are important food source for people in this community. And I know some convenience stores have more options than others, but we didn't want to create a barrier for some people. So the second is automobile service stations. This includes tire shops. It has to, again, be located on a Type A street and no longer permitted in the C1 zoning district. The C1 zoning district is local business. It's meant to be a resource for the adjacent neighborhoods. We are putting this ordinance puts a restriction that there can be no more than 3 service stations within 1 mile unless it is an industrial zone property. If that doesn't apply if it's M1 or M2. This should reduce the number of service stations while ensuring the burden is shared more evenly across the city. As I mentioned, overhead doors will be required to remain closed at all times except when necessary for ventilation and not directly facing a residential property. The overnight outdoor storage of vehicles is limited to 3 vehicles per indoor stall. And so there's going to be cases that a service dealer is going to be working with establishments, or they're going to be working on cars for multiple days. We wanted to ensure that there's not a litany of vehicles, making it seem like a junkyard for a long period of time. Royal Oak has a smaller, it's only 2 per base station. We increased it to 3 to give the flexibility here. Again, we wanted to make sure that it was aesthetically pleasing. We have hours of operation that they cannot be open past 9 p.m. or before 7 a.m. And then again, adjacent to residential properties, we have a specific buffer with the masonry screening wall and 2 trees per 100 feet. Regarding car washes, there are a lot in the city as well. Has to be on a Type A street, and are prohibited from locating adjacent to residential properties. It could be near a residential property. It cannot be adjacent and where the boundaries touch. All washing activities must occur within the building. Vacuuming must occur on a portion of the property furthest from the nearest residential property to cut down on the noise pollution impacting city residents. And self-serve washes are required to install permanent signage for ingress and egress, including the hours of operation and contact information for the owner or operator of the establishment. All stacking lanes for the vehicles must be on site to reduce the incident of vehicle queuing spilling out onto city streets. While this doesn't happen at car washes, sometimes when you get a nice spring day, I'm sure there will be coming up, you want to get the salt off the car. Those car washes are very busy. We want to make sure it's not a safety hazard. This chart is in the ordinance. I wanted to put it up here just as a summary, really the difference. So the top line is what is currently in the ordinance. Automobile service commercial, it includes everything included. It is special exception in C1, C3, C4. It is permitted in M1 and M2. This separates it out that filling gas stations would be a permitted use in C3 and C4. Everything else would remain the same. Service stations and wash establishments would be prohibited in the C1. That is a change, and then still requires that special exception in C3 and C4. Currently, in the IP1 district, these are not permitted. We did put a little dime in there, as you can see, that allows it as an accessory use. We wanted to ensure that if there is something that fits within the industrial park district, that it would be permitted to have either a gas station or a service station or wash establishment. That's not something that's open to the public. This is really an accessory use for some of the businesses that would locate there. So again, these text amendments are drafted to just to react to public concerns related to each individual land use. We wanted to ensure that these regulations prohibited such uses from becoming public nuisances, especially along a corridor of a thoroughfare or a main city street. And the dividing the uses into these subcategories is consistent with how other communities regulate automobile services and really protecting existing residents from those impacts. Planning Commission held a public hearing on February 5th and recommended approval. I believe it was 6-0 to City Council without any conditions. So that is my staff report. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, this is the first reading, so if there's questions, it can also be done at the second reading. Is there any questions or clarifications with this initial reading? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the resolution approving the first reading, and that'll be back before us on the March 18th City Council meeting.
Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Rutherford? 5 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. That'll be back again for a second reading March 18th. We're at number 9 on the agenda. Again, we won't be voting on this tonight. It's more so to encourage the community to provide feedback. What should this boulevard be named when it's no longer the northbound Woodward Loop? We want to make that decision in the coming weeks, but we want your input and feedback. So, could I please have a motion to postpone this item for 1 week?
Support.
It's moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman Jones to postpone the resolution on roadway naming of what previously was Woodward Loop northbound, and before that, Park Street. Roll call on postponement for 1 week. Clerk Doyle.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. It'll be back before us next week. We're at number 10. It's a resolution modifying the City of Pontiac honorary renaming policy. It was moved by Councilwoman Rutherford. Is there a second?
Support.
Oh, I'm sorry. Moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman Jones. The City Council had in 2022 adopted a policy that stated for a city facility, property, asset, including an honorary street renaming. Apologies for my cough tonight. That's why I've been rocking the mask. The policy had been that it would have to be somebody that has passed away. This would modify that policy where it could be for someone deserving that is still living, but it would require a 2/3 vote of city council to make that naming possible. So that's what's before us. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing no discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
James.
Councilwoman James.
James.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Motion to suspend the rules.
5 yeas, no nays.
Okay. That motion carries. Councilman Rutherford, what's your motion?
Make the motion to name Park Place after honorary name after Clark Kemp. Did I say that right? I said Clyde, I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. I make the motion.
I haven't written it, but, so Councilman Rutherford moves to suspend the rules to adopt a resolution to approve the honorary renaming of Park Place to honor Clyde Kemp. Well, first we have to say, is there a second to her motion to suspend the rules to take up a resolution not currently on the agenda?
So moved.
Okay,
Support.
you're seconding? Okay. Councilwoman Rutherford moves, Councilwoman Jones seconds to suspend the rules to take up that resolution. Is there any clarification needed? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to suspend the rules.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
All right, the motion to suspend the rules carries. Now Councilwoman Rutherford is moving to adopt a resolution to approve the honorary renaming of Park Place in honor of Mr. Clyde Kemp. Is there a second to her resolution?
There is a second and a confirmation question.
Okay. Councilwoman Rutherford moves, Councilwoman Jones seconds, so that resolution, which contains that phrase, that statement. Councilwoman Jones, you had a clarifying question?
Yes, this resolution, are we going to, come back to it next week, or are we going to decide the name right now?
No, the motion before us that you've seconded is doing the honorary renaming tonight, right now.
And does it need to end with Boulevard, or could it be something like, is it the full name, or are we going to discuss that right now?
Because it's not been specified, it could be a number of them.
Okay,
But it's saying that Mr. Clyde Kemp would be the honorary renaming.
Yes.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah, is it possible that we could do this next week so that the information about Mr. Kemp can be included in the package? Because to do this tonight, as a sidebar, without having the information as to why we're making this, naming that street after him, to get the information that he had in his proposal. But it's not in the agenda tonight.
Thank you.
Are you moving to postpone it 1 week?
Well, I'd like to, because I'd like to have his information in the agenda so that the city can see why we are voting to have him, for that street to be named after him.
Point of information.
It's been moved to postpone for 1 week. Is there a second? Hearing no second, that motion? Oh. All right, so it's been moved and seconded that it be postponed for 1 week. Any clarification or discussion on the motion to postpone?
Well,
Pro Tem.
it's a discussion.
Well,
Well, I'm just want to make sure, I understand Councilwoman James' question, and I think that Mr. Clyde would benefit greatly if we told the city his story as we choose this resolution. 1 week, we have postings for many a weeks, and this is very important.
3 years. 3 years, this man has had everybody from Cyril Hall to late Albert Hatchett to former council members write letters and emails because we had this rule put in place. He has sent this off to this council. This is something that's very easy. We can do a resolution and put it in the next document. This should be done because ain't nobody fought as hard as he's fought to get this street named. He had a petition going around with 300 signatures, and we all know about it. That's why I'm saying, why postpone it for 1 week when we could just get it done and get it on and out over with. They have fought. The people have spoken. I mean, if one more person come here and say he should get a street named after him, I'm going to name half of the city after him. It's just easy peasy. That's it.
It's been moved and seconded that it be postponed for 1 week. Everyone clear on the motion to postpone? All right. Hearing no further discussion or clarification, Clerk Doyle, roll call on the motion to postpone for 1 week.
Rutherford? No. Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
No.
McGinnis?
Well, it's moot, but I'll say no, although I would have liked to write something nicer for him. The motion to postpone fails. We're back to the main motion, which is the honorary renaming of Park Place, a very short street, but a very beautiful street. The honorary renaming of Park Place in honor of Mr. Clyde Kemp. Anyone want to speak to the motion? Councilwoman Jones.
Very quickly, I wanted to propose for council members that, we could decide on this tonight, vote on it, but next week at the March 11th meeting, perhaps there could be a resolution formally honoring Mr. Kemp with his story at that time to present to it could be under special presentations. I'm just saying his story does not have to be overshadowed, and we can find some middle ground here. We can still share that at the next meeting as a special presentation.
Okay.
Just wanted to propose that.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion before us?
Mr. President?
Yes.
So the renaming is the honorary renaming of Park Place to Clyde Kemp.
It's in honor of Clyde Kemp, so it's not specifying if it'll be Clyde Kemp Esplanade or Clyde Kemp Superhighway or Clyde Kemp Avenue. Is just saying it will be named in honor of Clyde Kemp.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on the motion to approve the resolution authorizing the honorary renaming of Park Place in honor of Mr. Clyde Kemp.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries, and that's a 2/3 correct, Clerk Doyle? That satisfies 5 out of 7? Okay. Congratulations, Mr. Clyde Kemp, on your honor. All right. We're at number 11 on the agenda. It's returning to the regular order. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the budget amendment?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Jones. This is a budget amendment increasing the allocation by $85,000 and decreasing the general fund balance by $85,000. The purpose of this budget amendment is to fund the group violence intervention, or GVI, outreach positions, which we previously approved in the organizational chart. Any discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to approve the budget amendment.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
Okay. All right, we are at number 13 on the agenda, discussion. We can bring all these discussions back next week, but first is that it's Women's History Month. Multiple city council members are sponsoring a Women's History Month luncheon at Ruth Peterson Senior Center on March 28th. Council members Goodman, James, Parker, and Carrington are sponsoring that as part of their district projects. In-person signups are available at both senior centers. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Next is the city retirees expanded benefit status update. Because of the late hour and everyone's departed, most everyone's departed, we can revisit that next week. for a thorough update. Any objections? Hearing none. We're at 15, hiring of vacant position status update. Due to time, we can revisit that the following week unless there's any further discussion. Hearing none, we're at number 16, status of small business grant awards funding distribution to first round awardees. The big takeaway of that, Councilwoman Jones, if you want to speak, at your subcommittee meeting yesterday, we got updates from staff and administration, but that this week the revised agreements, beneficiary agreements with the small business awardees from the first round is currently to them for signature, and by the end of this week, then they would be required to fill that. Anything further you want to speak on that?
That's a good summary of,
Okay.
there's nothing else to add there.
All right, hearing no further discussion on small business grant awards, we're at communications and closing comments. Mayor Grimal, closing comments.
In the interest of time, I don't have anything to share.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few things. The first is for those who are celebrating Ramadan Mubarak. For those who are getting ready to celebrate, I wish you a happy Lenten season. And in the interest of time, I will hold any other comments.
Clerk Doyle? Who wants to go first with closing comments? Councilman Jones.
Thank you. I would like to flag Public Communications number 19. There will be a District 2 update at the 374, which is located in District 2, March 15th from noon to 1, and there will be food. Zoom is accessible for this meeting. You should email me for the link, and I can provide that to you. And that is going to conclude my comment, since we'll be meeting again next week.
Okay, sounds good. Who would like to go next? Councilman James, any thoughts?
No, I have no comment.
Okay. Councilman Goodman?
Yes. Thank you to everyone who came out to my moved/postponed district meeting last night. We will actually be having a second meeting for this month, just to make sure that people can still attend the one that they are normally planning on. Also, very excited to mention that the very popular pullover prevention clinic will be coming back very soon this year for District 3, hopefully planning on the end of this month, if not early April, because it feels good to be able to continue to give back to the community, to be able to do things that are materially making people's lives better. Headlights and taillights being fixed for free, along with other repairs, free food and resources helps out a lot of people. So please keep your ear to the ground and listen out, because the flyer for that will be coming around soon. And hopefully we can, increase the number that we did from last time. I believe the last time that we did it, we fed about 500 people and fixed about over 50 cars. So, hopefully we can keep really ramping up at that number this year. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Rutherford.
Could you come back to me on mine, Bill?
Pro Tem Carrington.
I want to go in my position.
Still
Okay. For you.
Okay. Councilman Rutherford.
Give me 2 more minutes.
You're next.
Oh, I am? I'm sorry. All right. Short but sweet. Forgiveness is not an occasional act. It is a constant attitude. That was said by Dr. Martin Luther King. There are things that have happened in the last 3 weeks that simply I thought were unforgivable. Betrayal, disrespect, sold out. But then I think about, if Jesus could forgive Judas, who basically made sure he got crucified, then surely I could forgive certain people for taking the liberty to never informing people about what they were going to do. Because in order for the city to move forward, we have to be liberated. So because of that, and only because of that, I speak forgiveness. But it's a constant reminder that everybody you eat with ain't family. Everybody you talk to ain't your friends. And everybody that say they for the city ain't always for the city. On another note, we had an amazing District 1 meeting. We had about 45 people there. And we're going to be having a District 1 Women's Luncheon on March the 29th. We also will be having our meeting again, fourth Saturday every month at the Alley Cat Cafe. This is Women's Month, so in celebration of that, this was made by Miss Vita Michelle, Divine 26. It is for sale. It's amazing. I think we should all buy it because women actually hustle hard because women lead, women change. Women change the game by just being unapologetically a woman. I want to thank everybody for coming out. God bless and good night.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I just want to make sure that District 6 knows that we have Community Neighborhood Awards. So please nominate a neighbor that actively participates in neighborhood events, activities, and initiatives. One that goes out of their way to help their neighbors. One that always has a positive attitude. Voting ends March the 25th, so you can contact me. I can be reached at 248-758-3014, or you can email me at wcarrington@pontiac.mi.us. So please make sure we nominate those that are really, really on the ground doing the work, and they care about their community and care about their neighbors. I'd also like to thank everybody that came out to the District 6 district meeting this past week. We had a great turnout. I'd also like to thank the staff that came out as well. We Care Neighborhood Association is reconvening this Friday at Word Believing Church on University. That starts at 6 p.m. So those in the neighborhood of the Knolls and Geomodern Housing and Fairgrove, please come out to that particular neighborhood association meeting. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Good evening. Mike McGinnis, Pontiac City Councilperson for District 7, the East Side. I want to invite everybody to the monthly District 7 meeting. Our East Side Community Meeting is the second Monday of every month. That's true for this upcoming Monday, March 10th, 7 to 9 p.m. at Prospect Missionary Baptist Church, 352 Prospect Street. And then on behalf of the City Council, as City Council President, I want to acknowledge and thank how much resident participation we have in our community. We live it every day. We sometimes, take it for granted or it's just sort of second nature, but to have such a full City Council audience throughout this evening, it speaks to the civic interest and participation for our city, which is a healthy sign, and we want to always try and maximize that, and we welcome that. So I just want to say thank you to the residents who made the time to participate. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, it's been moved. Was that Councilwoman Jones? And seconded by Councilwoman James to adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yep.
6 yeas, no nays. 10, 12.
All right, that motion carries. We are adjourned at 10:20.